Chapter 1018. Yang Guan and Red Sparrow were in a precarious situation. The siege of 4 monarch insect masters and the desperate attacks of nearly 100 Yuanying insect masters. Although it had only been less than 2 hours, it was difficult for them to hold on any longer. They had killed 7 or 8 Yuanying insect masters, and both of them were injured. The worst thing was that they were separated by the insect. This meant that the pressure on each of them would multiply. The swordsman was not afraid of being ganged up on. They were talking about the Shenyuan swordsman. Because they placed great importance on the ability to move, they treated this ability as the foundation of their battle. Because of this, they developed countless ways of fighting, all of which were completed in an instant. The Tiger Hill swordsman was not the Shenyuan. Zhu Xian was also not the swordsman. Although their ability to move and attack was not bad, that was only in comparison. They were far from the peak, whether it was in terms of physical strength or mental strength. And Zerg was a race that roamed the universe all their lives. It went without saying that they were good at moving. No matter how fearless they were, no matter how many insects they had, Yang Guan and Red Sparrow could no longer move. The space they could move in was greatly compressed. Zerg's encirclement began to form a system. The core battle layer, the inner layer, the outer layer, their mana was being rapidly depleted. Because they could not stop, if they relaxed even a little bit, they would end up being torn apart by Zerg. From now on, their lives would be counted in breath. It was also at this time that Zhongming generously arrived and extended their lives at the most critical moment. However, there was no guarantee as to how long it would last. Yang Guan could not blame them, because this was the loyalty between fellow disciples. Now that things had reached this stage, there was no other choice but to break through to Tiger Hill. Zhongming Dafa's sudden addition disrupted Zerg's arrangement. Once the 4 of them regrouped, the pressure on their defense was greatly reduced. However, this was only temporary. Once the insects adjusted their encirclement, there were 4 true monarch insect cultivators in front of them, and more than 80 nascent soul insect cultivators around them desperately attacking. It was hard to say how the battle would go. At least they were safe for now, but how far could they go? There were still several monarch insect masters in Zerg's headquarters that had not appeared, and nearly 100 Yuanying insect masters were watching. This was not going to be an easy path. But this ease did not give them much time. The 3 monarch insect masters who had been hiding in the dark to block the people from Tiger Hill suddenly joined the battle. The swordsman masters were very smart. They knew that the Tiger Hill Swords House would be able to detect them if they were to fly a certain distance forward. So, they would definitely join the battle. Instead of passively dealing with both sides, it was better to deal with the 4 human swordsmen in the shortest time possible. Once they were dealt with, the other problems would be easily solved. For the 4 monarch sword vein masters from the Juxian upper realm, the pressure increased. At this moment, the swordsmen from Tiger Hill Swords House and Zerg's headquarters clash. Zerg's headquarters was blocked by a monarch insect master and 100 Yuanying insect masters. On the other hand, the Tiger Hill Swords House did not have the upper hand in terms of numbers. They had 3 more monarchs, but they had fewer Yuanying masters by 70 to 80. Since their strengths were similar, they quickly fell into a stalemate, and the outcome could not be determined in a short period of time. Although the people from Tiger Hill were fighting with their lives on the line and were slowly advancing, their speed was awkward. They might not be able to arrive before the people from Juxian were annihilated. Looking at the overall situation, Zerg undoubtedly had the upper hand. Their large number of Yuanying insect masters played an important role in this. At this moment, a demon's blade appeared at the edge of the battlefield. Lu Xiaoyi smiled cruelly. "Follow closely. Everyone is gathered. Surround them. Wherever I point, kill." The demonic blade slashed horizontally at the Yuanying insect within the encirclement. Tens of thousands of sword rays were unleashed at once. They weren't greedy either. Their targets usually didn't exceed 3. Under the combined efforts of the 17 of them, they left as soon as they touched them. The sharpness of the demonic blade lies in cutting the edges. If it cuts too deeply, it will not be easy to pull it out. Once the 17 people were separated and mixed in with the 70 to 80 Yuanying insect, it would be very dangerous. Most of these people had been following Lu Xiaoyi for a long time. They had experienced the Heaven and Earth chessboard, Red Hill, and Upper Forest Valley, so they were very familiar with this set and understood the essence of it. Under the leadership of Lu Xiaoyi, who was an expert at cutting edges, their flight path was unpredictable and unpredictable. The principle was to gather the superior forces. Only kill the few insect demons in front of him. As for the return of the insect demons, they were all reduced to nothingness by his sudden movements and the delay of the flying sword. He didn't use his full strength. Instead, he allowed his swordsman subordinates to use their full strength. He was only responsible for the safety of the flanks and the overall coordination. This was a trap. The trap was if a perfected monarch insect came over. Even so, the 16 Yuanying swordsmen had been familiar with each other for more than 100 years. They attacked in unison. With every wave of sword rain, several Yuanying insect demons would fall. They never stopped at one place. As long as you hit it well, the speed of killing the insects would not be slow at all. In fact, it would be even more effective. When this demonic blade appeared, the ones who felt it the most were the 4 Juzian sword cultivators. The pressure on them suddenly lessened because the nascent soul insect monster's desperate attacks were gone. In terms of battle, although one true monarch insect monster might not be able to win against 2 true monarchs, it wouldn't be a problem for them to last for a long time. They finally had some communication. Yang Guan said angrily, "Zhongming and Defy, you two came to our aid. We know your intentions. We'll live and die together. It's no big deal. Why did you bring them along?" Zhongming complained, "Senior brother, I didn't ask them to do this. Before we came, I specifically asked them to retreat and wait for 7 days. In the end, as soon as we left, these guys rebelled. It's really Yarrow Ying and the others." Defy also said, "Since they're already here, we can't ask them to go back, right? They have good intentions. They're afraid that we'll be fighting alone. Can we blame them? Let's do it this way. We'll try our best to hold a few of them back. At most, we'll die here. What else can we do?" Juzian Upper Realm Sword Vein is not lonely. It's good that they're courageous. To the elders, it was really difficult to judge whether their disciples were obedient or not. Just like now. How could you differentiate between those who were obedient and those who were obedient and rushed over to help despite knowing the danger? They might scold those who were disobedient and praise those who were obedient. However, when there were benefits, they would think of those who were disobedient first. The perfected monarchs' hearts were made of flesh. They knew what was more valuable, even if it was somewhat brainless. However, in their eyes, these brainless people were not as brainless as they thought. The demonic blade-twisting insect swarm passed through the swarm. Its attack was extremely powerful. When it sliced down, it took away a dozen nascent soul stage cultivators, and when it turned around, it killed another dozen nascent soul stage cultivators. In less than 15 minutes, half of the 70-odd nascent soul stage cultivators had been killed. Their confidence was even stronger because they had the sword master to lead them. They only needed to think about how to unleash their greatest attack power. Their judgment, direction, and defense were all left to the sword master. It was truly a delightful killing feast. Chapter 1019. Everything happened too fast, so fast that the monarch insect couldn't react in time. They originally thought that they still had 70 or 80 Yuanying juniors, which would be enough to hold off the 10 or so Yuanying swordsmen, but they didn't expect these swordsmen to be so strong. Every single swordsman had abilities that were much stronger than a normal swordsman of the same realm, and there were even some geniuses among them. For example, Che Xie, Fei Shi, Nan Dang, Song Rong, and Zhu Fan. Their abilities were even more outstanding. With the combined strength of 16 of them, their full-strength attacks under the smog wasn't something a Yuanying insect of the same realm could withstand. Of course, this was also due to the fact that the 4 Juzian perfected monarch sword cultivators were trying their best to hold back the 7 perfected monarch insect cultivators. In just a moment, the insect cultivators had already suffered a great loss in the battle at the nascent soul level. If they did not intervene, they would probably continue to suffer such losses, until it affected their efforts to kill the 4 human monarchs. After a short discussion, the 7 monarch insect had already reached an agreement. They had to stop these Yuanying swordsmen, even if they had to temporarily slow down their pressure on these swordsmen. The development of the situation was very complicated. Zerg, who originally had the upper hand, felt that they were losing their advantage. The change was due to the Yuanying group. They had to be dealt with. The situation had already gone from being safe to being dangerous. The Yuanying group was unstoppable, and the people of Tiger Hill were fighting back with all their might. If they couldn't deal with this situation quickly, they might collapse. Sensing the danger, the 7 monarch insect used their true abilities. After all, they were from a large Zerg, so they still had some foundation. The reason why they didn't use it before was because the Yuanying insect was brave enough, but now it was different. Seizing the opportunity, the 7 monarch insect used their strength. 4 of them used their minds to tightly bind a swordsman, 2 of them worked together to open a passage, and the last one took out something that looked like a beehive and threw it into the air. It instantly turned into a huge hive, and then the 4 large swordsman insect monarchs were pulled into the hive by a mysterious force. The insect was a race of body cultivators. They cultivated divine abilities, so they weren't proficient in barrier spells, but that didn't mean that they didn't have any tricks up their sleeves. For example, this hive was the core of the Zerg group. It was where the Zerg queen used to live, and where Zerg was supreme. It was also a barrier that was half real and half illusory, and its power was limitless. Now that the Zerg queen was gone, the hive lost its core control, and its power was greatly reduced. However, its basic function as a physical barrier was still there. Once a cultivator was pulled into it, unless they completely destroyed the hive, there was no way they could escape. Of course, outsiders couldn't enter either. This was the home of the young god insect queen, so it was easy to imagine how sturdy it was. Human cultivators would face all kinds of restrictions inside, but without the Zerg queen, the restrictions would be limited. Now, Zerg used this treasure not because he wanted to kill the human supremes in the hive, but because he wanted to separate them from the despicable Yuanying group, so that he could eliminate the human Yuanying swordsman first. After successfully using such a treasure, the situation was once again in the insect clan's favor. Other than the hive that nobody could enter, only Fiend Blade and the other nascent soul stage human cultivators were left on the battlefield. They were fighting against almost 40 nascent soul stage insect cultivators and 3 true monarch insect cultivators. The situation took a turn for the worse. However, the change wasn't all in one direction. As the battle progressed, changes came one after another. Another human Yuanying swordsman demons appeared on the battlefield. Liu Daoren and the others finally arrived at the right time. There was another variable. When Liu Daoren and the 20 Yuanying swordsmen arrived, they saw a shocking sky full of insect corpses. The 4 supremes had killed more than 10 insects, while Lu Xiaoyi and the others had killed more than 30. Nearly 50 insect corpses floated in the air. The visual effect was quite terrifying. When they arrived, they saw Yarrow Ying's demon blade increasing the number of corpses floating in the air, but the 4 supremes were nowhere to be seen. Panicking, Liu Daoren asked anxiously, "Junior Shan, where did the martial uncles go?" Lu Xiaoyi smiled and said, "They went to meet the Zerg queen in the hive." "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and get to work." Liu Daoren's temper was so stable that it made people anxious. "Do we need to break the hive?" Lu Xiaoyi laughed and scolded, "Do you think you can break the hive of the Zerg queen? I'll leave the Yuanying insects to you. The supremes will be ours. Just do your own thing. The martial uncles don't need you to worry about them." It was not that Lu Xiaoyi picked a difficult task. For them, it was certainly safer to continue killing the nascent soul insect cultivators, and it was easier to get results. However, it was not up to him to decide. After causing so much damage to the insect clan, how could the 3 supreme insect cultivators let their team go? This was also Zerg's plan. The situation was getting more and more chaotic. In order to break the deadlock as soon as possible, Zerg's choice was the same as Lu Xiaoyi's. The 40 Yuanying insect would intercept the newly arrived swordsman, while the 3 supremes would deal with the cunning demon blade. The supreme's divine sense was very powerful. Even if they didn't come into contact with the demon blade, the three Supremes were able to clearly see the threat of the demon blade. It wasn't something that the yuanying insect could handle. This was because of the demon blade's orderly attack rhythm, advancing and retreating sequence. In just a short moment, they had more or less grasped the demon blade's real situation. There were 6 or 7 of them who were the strongest, and they could pose a threat to the Supremes, but that was it. The 3 Supremes attacked at the same time because they didn't want to waste any time. To shoot a man, shoot the horse first. To capture the bandits, capture the leader first. Zerg also understood this principle. That was why there was an order to the targets of this small group of humans. Without a doubt, Lu Xiaoyi was their main target. This was because the Supremes could clearly see that although his strength was very average, he was the brain, the soul, and the core of the entire team. Lu Xiaoyi also understood this point. Ever since he stepped on the road to Tiger Hill, he was very clear about this. The real challenge was definitely not the yuanying insect beasts, but the Supremes. As soon as the battle started, he started to dig a hole. He only showed his leadership ability, but not his strength. Even with his strength, he could at least cause the deaths of more than 10 yuanying insect beasts in the battle. Killing more than 10 yuanying insect beasts wouldn't change anything, but killing 1 or 2 Supremes could change the direction of the battle. There were 7 Supremes, and his martial uncles couldn't deal with so many of them. Waiting for the people on Tiger Hill was purely looking at plums to quench thirst. They could only rely on themselves. This was a hurdle for the Demon Blades team. He had been observing the changes in the situation of the Supremes, and he wasn't in a hurry to cooperate. Both sides weren't familiar with each other, and the way the Supremes fought was different from the yuanying insect beasts. When the Supremes took out the insect nest and pulled the 4 martial uncles in, he immediately understood their situation. They needed another way to fight the Supremes. Chapter 1020. The space was cleared. After leaving the chaotic battle between Liu Daoren and the yuanying insect beasts, the 17 shadow-shaking swordsmen fearlessly took the initiative to attack the true monarch insect beasts. It was as if they didn't even consider the difference in cultivation levels between the two sides. This was their aura. Since they were going to fight sooner or later, why not take the initiative? If you dilly-dally, the insect beasts wouldn't let you off. This was also the fighting attitude that Lu Xiaoyi had set for the shadow-shaking swordsmen. First, they had to be fearless. Next, they had to be calculative, compared to when they were fighting against Jindan and when they were fighting against Jindan, when they were fighting against Yuanying, when they were fighting against Yuanying, who already had their own Dao realm strength. It was already a fact that they could injure true monarchs. The combined power of the 17 swordsmen was something that even true monarchs would have to avoid. This wave of sword rain was not retracted. The 17 swordsmen's formation was a small demon blade, while their flying swords formed a large demon blade made up of tens of thousands of sword light. The large demon blade revolved around the small demon blades, swinging and slashing violently. This kind of coordination wasn't something that fellow disciples who had trained together for a long time couldn't do. It wasn't something that could be done without full trust in their comrades' abilities. As the large demon blade danced, it spun and slashed fiercely. Unrestrained. Within the cruelty, there was a sense of emptiness, and within the emptiness, there was a sense of heroism. However, the main demon blade had changed from Lu Xiaoyi to Zhu Fan a long time ago. Zhu Fan was the most rebellious of the shadow-shaking swordsmen, and the one who wielded the demon blade the most fiercely. He was also the one who wielded the demon blade the most similar to Lu Xiaoyi. This kind of change in the dark was to free up Lu Xiaoyi so that he could deal with the real threat. They had never doubted that the sword master, who had killed Yuanying like a dog in Jindan, wouldn't be able to kill a few true monarchs now that he was Yuanying. He only had one request for Zhu Fan, and that was to ignore him and fight to his heart's content. Because of Wuji, it was natural. Only then would he be able to prevent the true monarch from seeing through his disguise. Then, he would be able to look for an opportunity to attack. As a player who was good at killing opponents above his level, he was actually not as obsessed with this path as the outside world said, because only those who had crossed the realm would know how difficult it was. I can't develop such a bad habit. However, his cultivation had forced him to make such a choice. How he wished he could stay in the Shenyuan swordsman group. Soldier against soldier, general against general, he would only do what was within his capabilities. The core of killing someone of a higher cultivation level was the element of surprise, explosiveness, and brevity. If you want to fight a war of attrition, then you have chosen the wrong target. He had always demanded this of himself. Therefore, when he was in Jindan, he did not ask about the Yuanying Daoist who pushed him into the river of memories. In fact, he did not want to embarrass himself like this. When he fought with Bendu Bodhisattva at the core of the domain before he became a nascent soul, he lost all the prerequisites for him to cross the realm. There was no surprise, no explosiveness, and only a lot of twists and turns. In the end, if it was not for the snot bug, he could only rely on tricks to perish together with his opponent. This was the wrong way to cross the realm. Therefore, when he was attacked by the demon blade, he chose to attack the Yuanying swarm instead of directly helping the four true monarch. This was the most correct way to help. Not only could he prevent the shadow-shaking swordsman from losing too quickly, but he could also share the burden of the true monarchs. He could also dig a hole in the process. Tactics needed to be planned. There were too many things behind the shocking attack that were worth pondering over. Carrying the expectations of the swordsman, this kind of pressure hurt him greatly. He really wanted to shout, "I really don't want to cross the realm." The three-headed true monarch was very experienced. Although he kept dodging the demon blade, he was not really afraid of it. Instead, he was measuring the strength of the demon blade and making preparations for the next attack. In terms of battle, Zerg also had an extremely strong innate talent. While Lu Xiaoyi was leading the demon blade team, he had been observing the battle between them and the four true monarch. The 7 true monarch swarm insects all had their own specialties, but they all had one thing in common: close combat. It was just that they all had different methods of getting close to each other. The 3-headed true monarch swarm moved very quickly, and they could not afford to delay. Who knew if other reinforcements would arrive later? It was only 17 Yuanying swarm humans. On paper, it was impossible for them to pose a real threat to the 3 true monarch. Zhu Fan waved the demon blade a few times under his command. Before he could make his next move, the 3 true monarchs had already made their move. One of the true monarchs charged straight at the demon blade. As it moved, its body suddenly grew. What was even faster than its body was the fur all over its body. It was like a huge rock covered in moss. Only the 2 long antennae on its head were shaped like sharp thorns. As it swayed, it revealed a cold light. With the strength of a Yuanying cultivator's body, they would definitely die if they were pierced by these thorns. Zhu Fan led the demon blade team downwards. At the same time, hundreds of thousands of sword rays shot up. This was the first time the sword rain and the true monarch insect had collided. He also wanted to obtain something from this so that he could distribute the sword rays in the future. The other insect that was slightly further away did not approach. Instead, it slapped a meteorite beside it. The meteorite that was close to 100 feet was considered small in the universe, but to humans, it was a giant. Under the insect's slap, it charged forward. This was one of Zerg's very famous divine abilities. With the help of the meteorites that were everywhere in the universe, he could attack anytime and anywhere. Zhu Fan did not panic. When the first insect took the initiative to charge, he knew that it was very likely to be a bait to attract his hundreds of thousands of sword rays. The real attack was somewhere else. Therefore, he only shouted, "Chaseya!" Chaseya was the second person in charge of the sword formation. As a whole, how could the demon blade only release a single sword rain? When Zhu retorted, his heart was clear. The sword whistled again and tens of thousands of sword gleams splashed out, heading straight for the huge meteorite. At the same time, the entire demon blade formation changed direction again, from a downward sweep to a vertical sweep. Just as the entire team was about to pull out, a fingernail-sized elephant louse suddenly appeared beside Lu Xiaoyi. This was a teleportation divine ability. It did not freeze. Before it completely appeared, it had already drilled towards Lu Xiaoyi. The elephant louse was a relatively rare insect. It was a type of parasitic body. Normally, it would attach itself to the surface of other Zerg's body to absorb nutrients. It would replace the one that was sucked to death. Therefore, it was actually very hated by the same species. It was difficult to reach the upper realm, but once it became a big insect, its ability was not small. It was truly invisible, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. Together with its teleportation ability, its sneak attack technique was unparalleled among the Zerg. With such an ability, it was very suitable to complete the final attack. Under the perception of a monarch, it was difficult for it to be silent. However, to a Yuaniing, its existence was an unsolvable problem. In the cultivation world, there was no such thing as sneak attacks, as long as you had the ability to do so. Even if it was a monarch against a Yuaniing, this was its way of fighting. Lu Xiaoyi turned his body slightly. When his hand swept out from behind his back, the 7 ants in his palm shone brightly. The Phoenix deity shield was fixed. The sword rays fell, and together with the elephant louse, they gathered together. Chapter 1021. The sudden appearance of the Tao phenomenon at the level of a true monarch shocked everyone present. The only ones who were not surprised were the shadow-shaking swordsmen. Was it surprising that the sword master killed a true monarch? It was more surprising that he killed a second time. Zhu Fan reacted quickly. He was never worried about the sword master. He was only worried about himself. As for the charging true monarch Zerg, he judged that it would be his limit to take on more than 100,000 sword lights head-on. This was because of the difference in realms. A true monarch could take on about 10 Yuaniing in his standard state. Ignoring the fact that he was abnormal, this was very compatible with this true monarch's performance under the power of the sword lights. The key was that he had yet to unleash the full power of the sword formation, and Chaisier had taken a part of it to defend himself. From a tactical point of view, it was the same. The one in charge of baiting and attracting the firepower would definitely be the weakest of the 3 insects. Since the strongest one, the elephant louse, had already been killed by the sword master, then, Chaisier, come back. Zhu Fan decided to give it his all. Was it too much for 16 swordsmen to kill a true monarch? Or elite swordsmen like them? Hence, he called for Chaisier and the others to return to his team. As for that huge rock, he would leave it to the sword master. He would definitely have a way. Lu Xiaoyi was cursing in his heart. These guys were too irresponsible. To stop such a huge rock, it would be a battle of magic power and cultivation. He was only 3 inches tall. How could he stop it? They did not even discuss it with him. Did they still have any respect for their leader? With the addition of Chaisier, the power of the sword formation reached its peak. It had already completely surrounded the true monarch insect. The outcome would be decided in an instant, but so would the rock. Left with no choice, he could only force a duck onto a perch. Time was too tight, and he didn't have much time to think. The flying sword flew straight at the meteorite, but he didn't want to split it in half or completely destroy it. This wasn't an ordinary meteorite, and there must be something hidden within. Once the flying sword touched it, he didn't know what kind of strange things would happen. The flying sword slashed out. As it moved forward, it seemed to create a void. The void grew bigger and bigger until it was big enough to contain the rock. This was the Great Void Tao realm. In the battle between the Sparrow God's space and the Great Void Tao fragment, he had also learned a lot. If he was further away and had more time to prepare, he would be more confident. But now, he could only try his best. How could a rock thrown by a true monarch insect be an ordinary rock? As long as the flying sword touched it, it would immediately trigger a chain reaction. However, there was no flying sword in the direction of the meteorite. Instead, it was a space where reality and illusion intersected. This was the embodiment of the Daoist concept of reality and illusion to the extreme. The insect felt that it was about to lose control of itself after flying into the realm of illusion and reality. Lu Xiaoyi had not been familiar with the realm of illusion for long, and the distance was too close. After the insect broke out, it came out of the realm of illusion again. The only pity was that he had already passed through the demonic blade sword array. He had overdone it. For Lu Xiaoyi, this was a successful defense. As revenge, his sword light sneaked into the sword chi river of the sword array without anyone noticing. Then, the indignant voices of the sword cultivators rang out amidst the Dao vanishing heavenly phenomenon. Sword Master, you're kill-stealing. Lu Xiaoyi laughed loudly and pounced on the last true monarch insect, leaving behind a sentence. The rules of the Shaking Shadow sect. Stealing is not a crime. Zhu Fan, don't be unconvinced. If you have the ability, you can steal mine too. The swordsmen gritted their teeth and followed. From then on, the Shaking Shadow sect's worst habit took root in this battle and followed them for the rest of their lives. The changes in the battle happened in just a short moment. From the moment the 3 true monarch insect attacked to the moment 2 of them died, less than 3 breaths had passed. When the Yuanying group looked over, there were already 17 of them ganging up on one. This was not just 17 Yuanying ganging up on a true monarch. With Lu Xiaoyi, it was like 30 of them ganging up on one. The insect was crazy. It did not know how to retreat. There was no way to retreat. After retreating for a few hundred years, from a large-sized zerg to a medium-sized zerg, it was about to become a loner again. Without the insect queen, it would be difficult to reproduce. Without its companions, its situation in the universe was even more difficult than that of a human, because it was destined to have no friends. Being chased by everyone was its only outcome. Rather than that, it might as well fight to its heart's content here. When the true monarch insect did not care about anything and burned its last bit of life force, it was not something that a group of Yuanying swordsmen could kill quickly, but Lu Xiaoyi would not give it the chance to go crazy. He wanted to cut it down like vegetables. Only then would he be able to intimidate the rest of the insect. Rushing to the front, the talisman in his hand lit up. I will use this talisman to hunt you down. What do you have to say? When the insect saw the talisman, it was as if it had been hammered. Instantly, it lost its mind, its confidence collapsed, and its will disappeared. It could not help but howl at the sky, its state extremely miserable. No matter how many flying swords entered its body, it could not stop its final desolation. The talisman did not have any magic power, but there were 2 words on it, Shenyuan. With the 3 true monarch insect beasts destroyed, it was no longer suitable for the demon blade formation. The Yuanying battlefield was extremely chaotic, and the most suitable method was to kill them individually. Now, both sides did not have any true monarchs. Although their numbers were similar, the difference in quality was not small. With Lu Xiaoyi as the big insect, the development of the situation for Zerg had taken a turn for the worse. Liu Daoren was injured all over. They were fighting against nearly 40 Yuanying insect beasts very hard. Although they were not weak individually, the difference in numbers was obvious. It was basically 1 against 2, and they had lost a few brothers. If it were not for the shadow-shaking side acting fast, the losses would have been even greater. It was not that they did not know how to form a formation, but that they did not have the tacit understanding and skilled cooperation of the shadow-shaking side. After a few rounds of fighting, they were all in a mess, each fighting for themselves. It was only now that they understood why the shadow-shaking swordsman dared to face the enemy alone. It was not completely out of impulsiveness, it was also a manifestation of confidence. Originally, he was quite dissatisfied with the one-eared leader, but now it seemed that he had the ability to do so. Of course, he would not choose to run away. If he had the ability to do so, he would not run away either. The killing became more and more intense, and not a single insect beast ran away. Their mentality was the same as that of the true monarch insect beast. With their Yuanying strength, how many days could they survive alone in the universe where humans frequently appeared? Zerg's main problem was their numbers. They covered the sky and covered the earth. Once they were alone, even the most cowardly of realms would muster up the courage to chase after them. They might as well find relief here. They could only look for relief. Under the suppression of the swordsmen's increasing numbers, under this orthodoxy of attacking from a distance, and under the attack of a treacherous big insect, they did not even have the chance to die together. Just a few hours ago, they had a high chance of taking down Tiger Hill as a transit point. But now, this was the result. It was all because of one word, Shenyuan. Chapter 1022. A moment later, the sky cleared up. Lu Xiaoyi fought boldly without hesitation. He didn't know how to write the word humble during a battle. He pointed at the giant hive and said to Liu Daoren and the others, "There are still 4 true monarchs from Juxian sword sect trapped in the hive. Of course, there are 4 true monarchs as well. We can't break the hive, so we can only wait. Then, do you dare to wait here alone? Maybe when the hive opens, my 4 martial uncles will emerge victorious, or maybe they'll all be wiped out. Do you dare to wait here for the results and then help your martial uncles?" Liu Daoren was furious. "Why wouldn't we dare? You, Yarrow Ying, are swordsmen, but we aren't. Our martial uncles were trapped in the hive because of us. Even if we have to wait hundreds or thousands of years, we can still wait. Even if it's true monarch Zerg that comes out, we won't retreat. We'll fight to the death." The remaining swordsmen clamored and agreed. In reality, they didn't have any other choice. Liu Daoren came back to his senses. "Junior Shan, where are you going?" Lu Xiaoyi pointed in the direction of Tiger Hill. "Zerg's base is over there. It's being attacked by Tiger Hill's people. We're going to help them." Liu Daoren and the others shouted, "Let's go, let's go." After this battle, although they had suffered a few losses, they had wiped out Zerg. It was a great victory. Their confidence was high, and their fear of Zerg was long gone. They thought that he was just SOSO, so it was time to chase after him. Lu Xiaoyi waved his hand. "The forces left behind at the base won't be stronger than here. There might only be 1 or 2 true monarchs. With the help of Tiger Hill's people, we can go over. More importantly, this place is more important to our Juxian sword sec. There are still 4 true monarch-level insect beasts. Do you not want to face them?" His words left the 10 or so swordsmen speechless. He was also speaking the truth. Actually, the number of casualties on Tiger Hill did not have much to do with them. Helping their own elders was the most important thing. Seeing them nod, Lu Xiaoyi turned around and shouted, "Sword Demon?" The 16 shadow-shaking realm swordsmen were all in high spirits as they called out loudly, "Demonic Blade." The demonic blade sword array flew away. Leaving behind Liu Daoren and the others, they sighed with emotion. This yarrowing sword palace already felt different from them. The demonic blade streaked across the starry sky, its aura even sharper than before. It was a sharpness that had been soaked in blood. It was as if the immortal court was in its way, it would kill without hesitation. They didn't know what was waiting for them ahead. How many insects are there? How many Yuaniing perfected cultivators were there? There was no need for that. They could just kill their way over. Chaisier was still calm. "I estimate that Zerg's base camp doesn't have much strength left. In order to surround us, only 7 perfected cultivators came. How many are left? And since the people of Tiger Hill can withstand them, their strength shouldn't be too high. Swordmaster, what I'm worried about is the insect nest. Once it's opened, there will be more insects coming out than our martial uncles. Can senior brother Liu and the others stop them?" Lu Xiaoyi sighed. "Remember, everyone has their own responsibility. No one can shoulder it for someone else. That's not helping him, it's harming him. The perfected cultivators have their own responsibilities. They have to shoulder it themselves. Senior brother Liu and the others are the same. We can't just wait there and leave everything to fate just because we're afraid that less of our martial uncles will come out after the insect nest opens. That's why we can only take the initiative to do what we have to do. Help the people of Tiger Hill and defeat the Zerg here. After that, we can all wait outside the insect nest. Even if the worst happens and none of our martial uncles come out, we still have the ability to finish what they didn't finish." The swordsman nodded silently. Swordmaster's meaning was very clear. He wanted to control his own fate and not be controlled by fate. Everyone had their own fate. They couldn't rely on others. To them, they had already done many things that exceeded their own fate. There was no need to seek perfection. Did they do their best? If they did their best, then that was enough. Tang Xinjuan felt that this battle was very stifling. 4 perfected cultivators and 20 Yuaniing cultivators were blocked by a perfected insect cultivator and almost 100 Yuaniing insect cultivators. They couldn't pass through. The universe was vast. They had disregarded the safety of their sect and attacked this time. Logically speaking, they could have gone anywhere. There was no need for them to go through Zerg's headquarters. However, he knew very well that if there were reinforcements coming from afar, then the Tiger Hill swordsman would have to pass through here. Because this was the only way to contain the remaining insects. Otherwise, if they went over and brought a large group of insects with them, would they be there to help? Or would they be more of a hindrance? After flying out of the atmosphere and into the void, the spiritual revolution in the distance became very obvious. That's right, it had to be reinforcements. Because there wouldn't be any other cultivators coming over to fight Zerg without retreating. All the more reason for them to attack Zerg's headquarters directly. If there were more Zerg guarding here, they could contain them and not send reinforcements to the battlefield. If there weren't many Zerg left here, they should completely defeat them and then go to the battlefield to meet up with the reinforcement. This was their responsibility. They couldn't let the reinforcements fight alone. Preserving their strength was a disaster for anyone. It wasn't something the swordsman could do. After this contact, they quickly figured out the actual situation of their opponents. 7 out of 8 true Lord rank insects had left. It was almost as if they had mobilized all their forces. It could be seen that the reinforcements were very strong. However, there were still nearly 100 Yuanying left. This was a big problem. The problem was, could they do it in a situation where one true Lord rank swordsman was holding back a true Lord rank insect, while the remaining 3 true lords led 20 Yuanying to defeat nearly 100 Yuanying insects? It was difficult, but he believed that the Tiger Hill swordsman could do it. Because they had fought against each other for 10 years, they knew each other very well. But when they actually fought, they found that the situation was completely different. The remaining insect had a rough understanding of formations. That wasn't right. It was the remaining true Lord rank insect that was proficient in formations. It didn't even show itself. It only mobilized nearly 100 insects together to form a strong barrier, making it difficult for them to break through. This true Lord rank insect was the most cunning among the large insects. The deployment of Zerg's attack was basically its plan. It was also very strong, especially its insect parasite technique. As long as it was willing, it would be very difficult for them to find it. Because it was an insect soul, it could randomly attach itself to any insect. This made them anxious, but they couldn't find it to kill it. The defense of the 100 Yuanying insects was very strong. The key was that they didn't seem to care about death. They would rather pay the price to tie them down. This made the direction of the battle very confusing. Tang Xinjuan found that he had no choice. Split up the troops. The Tiger Hill swordsmen who stayed here would definitely die. The reinforcements were also limited. They might not be of much use. If they rushed to the main battlefield without caring about anything else, the insects would follow suit. The result would still be the same. If they stayed here and continued to attack, it would be a waste of time. By the time they made a decision here, even if they were lucky enough to win, the main battlefield would have already ended. They wouldn't be of any use. They were in a dilemma. Chapter 1023. Just as Tang Xinjuan was stuck in a dilemma and unable to make a decision, a team suddenly appeared and broke the balance between the two sides. A sword formation demon blade appeared out of nowhere and quickly and quietly streaked across the void. There was no greeting or response. When it swept past, it also brought along a demon blade made of hundreds of thousands of sword lights. It slashed lightly at the edge of the defense circle of the swarm. Several insect swarm fell out of the insect formation. The demon blade formation continued to sweep past, and the uniform sword rays shot out once again. From afar, it looked like the skin of an apple being peeled. The Tiger Hill swordsmen were overjoyed. They wanted to meet up with their reinforcements, but they didn't expect them to fly over to help them first. There was no need to ask. Since they were humans and swordsmen, their origins were self-evident. At the same time, they could also confirm that the battle on the main battlefield had ended. Not only did the reinforcements come to support them, but the spiritual opportunity explosion on the main battlefield had also disappeared. The only thing that puzzled them was why were all the Yuanying here? Where were the Zhuxian sword cultivators? It was impossible that no monarchs had come. Otherwise, how were they going to deal with the 7 monarchs? Although they were puzzled, victory came suddenly. Completely wiping out the insect swarm had become a possibility, and an unprecedented power erupted. The insect formation was in danger. In fact, even with the addition of 17 nascent soul stage sword cultivators, there was no difference in terms of numbers. However, the difference was in their mood. One side was in high spirits, while the other was in low spirits. The difference was like heaven and earth. Tang Jinjuan was the only one who didn't make a move. It wasn't because he was lazy, but because he had to control the situation. At the same time, he had to keep an eye on the battlefield and deal with the insect soul body that could appear at any time. This was what he should be doing now. The swordsmen from the reinforcements didn't appear. For some reason. Maybe there was another delay. Maybe they were chasing after them. Maybe they suffered heavy casualties. He couldn't guess, but as the monarch present, he had to do his best to ensure the safety of the reinforcement. He had to take on the responsibility of a senior to his friends from afar. It was during this observation that he suddenly realized that he didn't need to worry about this sword formation at all. Calm, silent, efficient, cruel, and swift like the Grim Reaper, constantly reaping lives in the dark void. The entire sword formation moved as if it was a single person. When the flying swords rose, they were majestic, and when the flying swords fell, they were uniform. For 17 people to achieve this, it would take at least 100 years of interaction. If they were not from the same sword vein, it would be impossible to achieve this. Even if these 2 conditions were met and they were able to reach this step, they still needed to have absolute trust in their companions, the kind of trust that they could entrust their lives to. The Tiger Hill swordsmen had been together for hundreds and thousands of years. Even at the level of Yuanying, it was impossible for them to achieve this. It was impossible to tell who was controlling the swords, but the 17 swords were a single entity, carrying out the duties of a sword in the void. The swordsman of the upper realm was indeed not ordinary. Tang Jinjuan was very emotional. He had always thought that the strength of Zhuxian in the upper realm was only in the power of the Taoist sword vein. In terms of the sword vein, none of the 9 sword veins could compare to Tiger Hill. However, it seemed that this idea was too naive. Not to mention the monarchs, just this sword formation of the demon blade was equivalent to at least 3 monarch. The insect formation could not hold on any longer. With this kind of formation, the most terrifying thing was the demon blade's attack, which was incomparably sharp and powerful. When the formation was formed, there was no room to fight back. If they chased after him, the insect formation would be destroyed immediately. It was difficult to have both sides. The situation was hopeless. The insect swarm began a suicidal attack. They knew very well that this Zerg no longer had any hope. They were alone in the vast universe and had no place to survive. The only thing they could do was try to drag down one more human cultivator before they died. Lu Xiaoyi had already predicted this because in the last battle, the insect swarm had used this method at the end. That was why the sword formation had not dispersed. Victory was in sight. Every shadow-shaking swordsman who fought hard had the right to enjoy the joy of victory. It was not wise to waste one's life on an opponent who was destined to die. That was why the insect swarm moved as a whole, even if the results of the battle were very limited. The insect swarm began to fill the sky. Fortunately, the monarchs of Tiger Hill were not muddle-headed. They began to use their special techniques to activate barriers and restrict the movement of the insect swarm, especially towards Tiger Hill. If there were really any insect swarm that had gone berserk and ran back to Tiger Hill, even with the strength of Yuanying, they would be able to cause a large-scale tragedy in the human world. Under Zhu Fan and Che Xie's control, the demon blade repeatedly charged forward. Although the efficiency of killing the insect swarm was slightly lower, it was still able to ensure absolute safety. Lu Xiaoyi's attention was focused on the insect soul body. He was not unfamiliar with soul bodies. With Yu Hu's existence, he had gained a deeper understanding of this aspect of knowledge. To a swordsman, their sword techniques were extremely sharp. If they were controlled by a soul body, it would be very troublesome. Just like Yu Hu, as a soul body, their strength was very unbalanced. Most of their strength was reflected in some strange aspects. A soul body was never good at fighting face to face because they did not have a real body. There was no such thing as transcendence energy cultivation. Everything was based on the mind. This was a fact that no soul body could change. When an insect soul body possessed an insect soul body, it would possess the strength of the insect soul body's body and transcendence energy cultivation. However, its true strength was still in its mind. Just like this insect soul body that was at the level of a monarch. Its physical attack was only at the level of a Yuanying, but its mind attack was at the level of a monarch. To a human being who was unaware of the situation, the possibility of being tricked was very high. Lu Xiaoyi was guarding against this, and so was Tang Zhenjuan. When an insect soul body changed between different Yuanying insects, it was not completely flawless. When it was completely hidden in the body of an insect soul body, no one would be able to see it. However, when it left one insect soul body and entered another insect soul body, there was a trace of that short moment. Such a moment was not something that anyone could grasp. At least among the humans present, only the immortal soul stage cultivator Tang, who had the highest cultivation, and Lu Xiaoyi, who had an unusually strong spiritual power and an understanding of souls, could vaguely feel it. The battlefield was chaotic, and it was very difficult to completely grasp it. They were all waiting for an opportunity to strike. It was not possible when there were many insects. Only when there were only a few Yuanying insects left would the moment of change become a window of opportunity to attack. When it was time to indulge, and when it was time to wait, endure. This was the psychological quality of a truly strong swordsman. If they wanted to destroy this insect soul body, they could not consider destroying it physically, because it did not have a physical body at all. They could only destroy it spiritually. This was very difficult. Lu Xiaoyi was not sure if his strong mind power could do this, but it was worth a try. Chapter 1024. The Yuanying swarm's suicidal attack had achieved some results. Luckily, there were still 4 Tiger Hill swordsmen on the battlefield. Otherwise, they would have been able to take away all the Yuanying swordsmen on Tiger Hill. Soon, the number of Yuanying swarm was reduced to a dozen or so, and the battlefield became much more spacious. The trajectory of the insect soul bodies also became clearer. At this moment, Tang Zhenjuan, who had been monitoring outside the battlefield for most of the time, suddenly made his move. He did not use the sword light division technique, but only used the materialized sword to cut one of the insect beasts in half. At the same time, his body surged out, and he arrived near another insect beast almost simultaneously with a dark shadow that could not be seen by ordinary people. He had already prepared a set of soul refining towers in his hands. That dark shadow and the insect beast were both trapped in the tower. This was something that Tang Zhenjuan had prepared long ago. It was a tool that specialized in dealing with insect soul bodies. After dealing with Zerg for almost 10 years, he understood the 8 swordsman Zerg swordsmen very well. He also had countermeasures against each of them, especially this insect soul body. He was afraid that the flying sword would not be able to kill it completely, so he deliberately made a soul refining tower that specialized in refining soul bodies. Once he had trapped it, he immediately held the tower in his hands and poured all of his consciousness into it. This tower was a little sloppy and was made on the spot. It could not be compared to an authentic Taoist tool. Therefore, he needed to deal with the insect soul body as soon as possible. He could not just leave it be. Everything would be fine once he had trapped it. When Zhenjuan moved to the left side of the tower, with Tang Zhenjuan's full effort, the process was quite smooth. Perhaps it was because the insect soul body had changed its host body too frequently, so it was not as strong as it was at its peak. Under Tang Zhenjuan's mental pressure, it gradually turned into nothingness. He seemed to be able to feel the insect soul body's unwilling mental screams and desperate curses. Lu Xiaoyi was not too late, but he felt that there was no need to fight with an essence soul perfected lord for the insect soul body. More importantly, he might not be able to do it better than the perfected lord. Looking around, the situation was already set, but the head of the insectoid beast that was decapitated by Tang Zhenjuan just now seemed to have been sent flying a little too quickly. The best swordsmen in the mortal world were all capable of breaking a candle with a single sword strike without extinguishing the flame. When a truly swift sword strike struck, there would even be a state where one's body and head were still intact, but in reality, their life force had already been severed. Of course, this could not be understood in the void of the universe. Various reasons would determine the state of the corpse after it was split open. Without the effect of gravity, no matter how fast the sword was, the head would not sit obediently on the neck. However, this head was still thrown slightly faster than a normal kill. This was enough to ensure that it would fly out of the battlefield after a moment. Who would pay attention to a hideous and disgusting insect head? But Lu Xiaoyi was concerned. It came from his intuition that had never deceived him in battle. In any case, he wouldn't lose anything. Pretending to pass by the insect's head unintentionally, the bird deity rushed out. When he returned, there was a frantic energy struggling within the sparrow god space, trying to find a way to escape. How could this be? There's 7 ant. There were great void rules. It had a merit structure. It had the foundation of fate. The sparrow god space in Lu Xiaoyi's sea of consciousness was a true death prison for the incomplete insect soul. How cunning. Pretending to be on one side, but hiding in another. Splitting a large portion of the insect soul to possess another insect beast to make the Tang Zhenjuan believe it was real, but the real insect soul was left in this hideous insect head. Unfortunately, there was an even more sinister swordsman beside it. When the last Yuanying insect beast was killed, Lu Xiaoyi and the rest embarked on their return journey. This time, there were 4 perfected lords from Tiger Hill following them. The Yuanying from Tiger Hill were returning to the realm. A few Yuanying insect beasts had escaped, and there was a high chance that they would sneak back to the realm to wreak havoc and seek revenge. They would also have to face an extremely difficult search, and wipe out all the small insects in the realm. To the people of Tiger Hill, this was already the best possible outcome. After 10 years of perseverance, they finally had a relatively perfect ending. Although the losses were huge, regardless of whether it was the mortal world or the cultivation world, there was always a future. The perfected lords could not allow their reinforcements to be in unknown danger. This was their responsibility. During the flight, Tang Zhenjuan asked curiously, "Little friend, which orthodoxy in Juzian are you from? It's very rare for a hero to come from a young age. Who are the elders in your sect? Maybe I even know them." Lu Xiaoyi replied politely, "Yaoying Sword Palace, perfected Lord Yi Li has already passed away for many years. We are now just a ragtag team, just making do." Tang Zhenjuan felt a sense of loss. He knew about Yi Li, and had met him a few times. He even knew a little about the inside story behind Yi Li's disappearance. A large realm had its own difficulties, and a small place had its own dangers. Being in a chaotic place, how could it be easy? However, although Yi Li had passed away, the remaining Yuanying disciples were truly amazing. He could clearly see from the battlefield that although these 17 Yuanying swordsmen had been in formation to kill the insects, the strength of their swordsmanship was completely above that of a normal Yuanying swordsman. Among them, there were even 6 or 7 who were especially outstanding, and they were far stronger than the Tiger Hill Swords House. This was especially true for their cohesiveness. It had already surpassed the scope of a normal sect. They were more like an army, and their organization was tight. It was as if they were a single person. This made him feel very strange. How could a sword vein that had lost its pillar of support be able to produce so many talents among the younger generation? This was especially true for their leader. He was only in the early Yuanying stage, and he had been watching from the sidelines during the battle. However, the others obeyed his every command. It was not a simple obedience, but a feeling of obedience. There was something strange about everything. Little friend Dan, if you have time in the future, or if you happen to pass by, feel free to drop by Tiger Hill. I guarantee that the Yuanying swordsman will be the most honored guest of Tiger Hill. He will always be. The group hurried back to the insect nest. Liu Daoren and the others were anxiously waiting there. Fortunately, what they were waiting for was the victorious humans, and not a large swarm of insect. With the presence of a true monarch, they had a backbone. Liu Daoren stepped forward and described the battle in detail, especially how the 4 Juzian sword cultivators had been pulled into the insect nest. He hoped that the true monarchs would be able to find a way to resolve the situation. This was also the duty of the true monarchs of Tiger Hill. The 4 true monarchs began to explore the insect nest, doing everything they could. The Yuanying swordsmen finally relaxed. In 2s and 3s, they wandered around the airspace, looking for spoils of war. An insect's head, an insect's tail, and a pair of wings. These were things that they could brag about in the future. Although Juzian was big, there were very few Yuanying-level cultivators who had the experience of killing Zerg. It was a memory worth remembering. They could use it as refreshments when drinking tea, or as side dishes when eating wine. Lu Xiaoyi stayed far away from the insect nest. He began to carefully study the soul of the true monarch insect in his sea of consciousness. This was his main purpose for coming here. He wanted to obtain some information from his sect. Chapter 1025. The insect soul body was very dishonest. Lu Xiaoyi was able to capture it for 2 reasons. Firstly, his spiritual power was strong, and the magic of the Sparrow Palace. Secondly, Tang Xinjuan was the main force in destroying the insect soul body. Of course, in his Sparrow Palace, this thing could forget about recovering and strengthening in the slightest. The reason why he kept it was because he wanted to obtain the memories of this insect's soul when it was broken down. This was extremely difficult for him who came from the sword range. After several tests, he realized that the 7 ants and Taishu were useless, but the merit points were very useful. He planned to give the insect soul body a long and drawn-out merit points lesson. He wanted to make the insect soul body turn over a new leaf and become a Zerg soul body monk so that it would obediently spit out everything it knew. There was an unchanging principle when it came to soul searching. What you searched would never be as detailed and comprehensive as what the insect soul body could spit out. Therefore, unless it was absolutely necessary, he would not force the insect soul body. He now had some understanding of merit points, but it was not deep enough. A very constructive way was to combine education with entertainment. While changing the insect soul body's thoughts with the merit points shard, he would not only obtain the insect soul body's memories, but also deepen his understanding of merit points. Why not? This was not the place to do such things. He opened his eyes and saw the 4 perfected monarchs of Tiger Hill still surrounding the insect hive and knocking on it. He found it funny. This was all for show. To the perfected monarchs, opening the insect hive was just a matter of looking at it. They knew that they could not open the insect hive, yet they were still putting on an act. This was actually to express their feelings. They were going through thick and thin with perfected monarch Juzian. They were doing this for the Yuanying who did not care about worldly affairs. Therefore, putting on an act was not entirely malicious. It could calm some people's emotions and show that the people of Tiger Hill were united against a common enemy. It was also an experienced attitude. A day later, Tang Xinjuan suddenly sent out a divine sense warning. The swordsmen took their positions. The perfected monarchs were in the inner circle, while the Yuanying were in the outer circle. They were prepared to deal with the worst-case scenario. The insect hive split open a moment later. 8 people flew out instantly. 4 people and 4 insects, unharmed. It seemed that they were not fighting inside, but purely wasting time. But after coming out, his mood was completely different. Yang Guan and the rest were pleasantly surprised, but they didn't expect that the situation outside would take a turn for the better after they were trapped. On the other hand, the 4 large insects were completely disheartened. There was no way they could escape. One insect had to face 2 swordsmen of the same cultivation level, and there were still 30 Yuanying outside. Especially that eye-catching demon blade sword formation, it was a sword formation that could rival several true monarch. The battle started in despair and ended in despair. It also officially announced the destruction of Zerg's organization that once roamed the universe fearlessly. It was a disaster for Zerg, but it was of no importance to the progress of cultivation in the universe. It was just like how the Tiger Hill Swords House would have fallen if the Juzian Sword Mountain hadn't arrived. A victorious meeting. The perfected monarchs had a brief meeting. Everything was done in silence. After enjoying the joy of victory, All that was left was mourning for the dead. There was no bonfire party, no singing and dancing. The people of Tiger Hill still needed some time to deal with their troubles in the realm. The people of Juzyan also needed to heal their wounds alone. This was the rhythm of the cultivation world. After passing a checkpoint, there would be more checkpoints in the future. How could there be any relief? The people of Juzyan decided to return, and the people of Tiger Hill wanted to return to the realm. Both sides reluctantly said their goodbyes in the void. Every Juzyan Yuanying was given a Tiger Hill sword token by Tang Zhenjuan. At any time, anywhere, as long as a Tiger Hill swordsman was present, they could use this token to make their own requests. Of course, with the power of Tiger Hill, this token might still be useful to most swordsmen. However, for perfected monarchs and Lu Xiaoyi, when they were in real trouble, the people of Tiger Hill might not be able to help them. It was just a show of their attitude. Tang Zhenjuan purposely walked in front of Lu Xiaoyi. He already knew the entire process of the battle. In terms of battle results alone, a Yuanying was able to kill 3 perfected monarchs. His monstrous talent was amazing. This was also without knowing that the soul of the insect was also taken by him. One person in half was enough to make perfected monarchs feel ashamed. Little friend Dan, I won't say any more words of thanks. If there is a chance in the future, send a message to Tiger Hill or Yaoying and we will do our best. Although we have suffered heavy losses now, we can still gather a few perfected monarchs for you. The mountains are high, the rivers are long, and the stars are vast. The people of Tiger Hill will remember your help and will never forget it. This was treating him as a cultivator of the same realm and status. No one was blind when it came to strength. Who knew how far this swordsman would go in the future? There would only be benefits if they left a good relationship with him now. Juzyan sword cultivators galloped through the universe. In this expedition, a total of 7 Yuanying were killed. Only the swordsmen from Yaoying sect survived. Although they were injured, they did not die. This result made the other 8 sword vein cultivators think to themselves. Should they also pay attention to the benefits of the sword formation when they return? They did indeed do so when they returned. However, the results were laughable. How could a special environment, a special event, and a special soul character be so easy to replicate? The swordsmen returned to Juzyan. Just like when they left, they returned in a low profile. No one knew that they had gone through a tough battle for the orthodoxy of mankind. Those who knew about it only thought that they had gone out to help their fellow cultivators from the sword vein. No one cared about this. In this turbulent era, there was something even more important that was affecting their nerves. Who would care about a mere zerg? It did not affect them at all. This was the difference between Juzyan and the 5 rings. In the 5 rings, everyone was proud of fighting against foreign races. Of course, in the end, they went astray and became proud of robbing foreign races. However, fighting against foreign races was always an experience that the cultivators were proud of. A cultivator who only knew about internal strife would be looked down upon by others. Juzyan was different. With the chessboard of heaven and earth, they separated the world into 2 spaces outside the chessboard and inside the chessboard. They did not care about anything that happened outside the chessboard. Of course, there could be a bigger scheme behind this, but that was another matter altogether. Lu Xiaoyi did not return to Yaoying with the rest of the group. It was more advantageous for him to stay in Xiao Yaro Mountain to deal with the true Lord's insect soul in his sea of consciousness. This was because if something went wrong, such as this fellow escaping, it would be easy for the true lords in Xiao Yaro Mountain to make up for it. This was unlike Yaoying, where there was no one to seek help from. In his madness, he had always left a way out for himself. No one asked him about it. During the battle at Tiger Hill, the sword vein felt a little embarrassed because they had lost 7 Yuanying. They had yet to learn how to repackage themselves. They had not yet learned how to elevate their actions from supporting their fellow orthodoxies to fighting for the sake of mankind. Then, they would receive endless praise, sympathy, benefits, and resources. Lu Xiaoyi sighed and focused his mind on his sea of consciousness. He began to retrain and educate the insect soul. Chapter 1026. P.S. It's not that I'm old and stingy. It's just that I have a limited supply of manuscripts. I have to prepare for the new year. The transformation of one's thoughts began with the establishment of merit. The insect soul was very stubborn, but it didn't matter. Lu Xiaoyi had the great path of merit fragment as a helper, so he would start with the most basic merit. It couldn't listen. Then pour it into its spiritual body. Lu Xiaoyi was not a kind person. He always believed in education with one hand holding a book and the other a ruler. In fact, the great path of merit fragment wasn't a good thing. A good thing couldn't become a carnate great path. It didn't have Lu Xiaoyi's 7 ants, but it had the unique style of Buddhism, fatigue bombing. Spiritual bodies were indifferent to physical damage, but they were very sensitive to mental damage. One could imagine what would happen to a normal human being if someone chanted sutras endlessly in his ear 24 hours a day. He would go crazy. Even though the insect soul was a perfected lord and had a tough physique, it was still unable to withstand the constant nagging. The Buddhist thoughts were endless like a tidal wave. When it was standing on the merit fragment of the carnate great Tao, it was still unable to withstand it. Everything has its vanquisher. Brine is like tofu. The will of the insect soul body was slowly being worn down in this kind of torture. Even the original spirit of the insect soul body was becoming fainter and fainter. It looked like it was about to be completely destroyed, or it would never enter the cycle of reincarnation. It would neither be able to transcend nor sink into oblivion. It would be a pure white expanse. In order to get rid of all this, the insect soul proposed a condition to Lu Xiaoyi. Human. I can satisfy your request. I just beg you not to let this great path of merit fragment chant sutras in my ear. I'd rather meet 10 fierce swordsmen than a nagging monk. Lu Xiaoyi didn't believe it. How can I believe that you're willing? You see, you have nothing to prove your sincerity. I don't even know if you're lying. Oaths are meaningless to Zerg, right? How can you prove it to me? The insect soul was silent for a while. You're right. I really can't prove it. Because I, Zerg, have a completely different concept from you humans. Different values, different survival concept. Then, since I can't prove myself, can I express myself in other ways? Do something for you? Something you can't do? Lu Xiaoyi laughed. What can I not do that a soul like you can do? After all, the insect soul was once a perfected lord, so it was very calm. You can. For example, after studying the merit system for a short period of time, I can silently sneak into the Buddhist sect. No matter which sect it is. I might not be able to do anything to a Buddha, but I have great confidence in dealing with a bodhisattva. I don't know whether you need it or not. Lu Xiaoyi's heart shuddered. True monarch-level insect beasts lived up to their reputation, especially this kind of spiritual body that was known for its intelligence. He was brainwashing the insect soul body through merit, but the insect soul body was also peeping at his likes and dislikes, and then catering to them. Just like that, it accurately grasped what he wanted to do the most, which was to plant a spy in Buddhism. This was impossible under normal circumstances. He couldn't control it at all if his realm was high, and it was useless if his realm was low. Even you who couldn't do it. But this perfected great path insect soul was very confident. It knew that this wasn't a bluff. It was a little tempted. No rush, no rush. Let's have a chat first, and then we can decide. This kind of thing needed to be carefully considered and fully prepared. If this guy was released and he couldn't control it, it might cause a lot of harm to the human race. He was secretly against Buddhism, but he never thought of destroying Buddhism. But if he was asked to kill the insect, he wouldn't hesitate at all. The insect soul didn't rush him. It knew very well how difficult it was for a captive like it to use its silver tongue to make the other party release it, even if it was sincere. The key was that it was a perfected great path insect soul, and this swordsman was just a Yuaniing. How to make the swordsman feel safe was very troublesome. Can you tell me about your experiences on the run? I like to travel the most, but unfortunately, my realm is too low. It's too dangerous to travel alone, so I can only listen to other people's experiences. The insect soul knew that this was just a lie. It just wanted to find a flaw in his narration. It wanted to consider whether to give it a way out. It didn't care about Zerg's experiences in the past few hundred years, and it thought that this human didn't care either. After all, he was limited in age. What could he know about things that happened in the universe that was too far away? But it still didn't plan to lie. Telling the truth was the most perfect. The real lie must be used in the remaining half of the sentence after the 9 half-truths. It had to be used when the blade was the blade. After we were defeated, our strength was greatly reduced. Our opponents were too strong, so we could only run for our lives. The insect soul began its escape story. Lu Xiaoyi was a good listener. He knew when to ask, when to praise, when to question. There was a human in a realm that was very strange. He wanted to rope us in to deal with our enemies together, but we didn't agree. We looted because it was our way of survival and our tradition, but we didn't want to join you humans in the Battle of Realms. Lu Xiaoyi was very curious. There's actually such a human realm? Did water get into their brains? How far is it from Juzian? This is the betrayal of humans. The insect soul immediately dispelled his curiosity. It's very, very far. It's so far that we passed through the anti-space several times and ran for a few hundred years. Don't think about it. That place is called Yangding. It's just the beginning of our escape. It has nothing to do with the upper realm of Juzian. Lu Xiaoyi wanted to get to the bottom of it. This was what he had always done. No matter how big or small, he would ask very carefully. This was not the only thing. What kind of existence is Yangding? Realm? Orthodoxy? Are they very strong? Aren't they afraid of inviting a wolf into their house? The insect soul snorted. It's a realm. Very strong. So strong that even when our race was at its strongest, we didn't dare to provoke them. But we were also very clear that the reason why Yangding wanted to rope us in was because we had a common enemy. How could it be sincere? If we really joined, we would just be a pawn, the kind that would be thrown away after being used. So, we Zerg have our ancestral teachings to never cooperate with humans. Because in the end, we would be the ones to fall into the pit. In the end, we sped up and came to Yangding. We didn't have much contact, so if you want to ask more specific questions, I can't answer you. On our escape path, there were many human realms like this. We weren't interested in understanding them one by one. To us, there was only one thing that mattered. Can we loot? If we can't, we can just leave. Who would stay there and cause trouble instead? Chapter 1027. Some things were starting to make sense. After Lu Xiaoyi formed his Aurus core, he would occasionally ask him where the fleet that broke through the space wall on Sand Planet came from. The answer was Yangding, but now, as a victim, Yangding's resentment was very deep. He never forgot to take revenge, and he didn't even let off Zerg, a race that was despised by humans. But there were still many things that he didn't understand. For example, the smiling face after the fate fusion? Was it Yangding? Or someone from Juzian? Or someone else? How did they contact each other over such a long distance? Or were they unrelated? Or through some kind of orthodoxy, such as Buddhism? There was still too little information, and he might not be able to dig out more from this insect soul. After all, they were on the run. How could they have the time and energy to understand one of the countless worlds? After rejecting Yangding, running away was the most important thing. Lu Xiaoyi wasn't in a hurry. As a monarch-level insect soul, he was able to keep his composure. A month later, the insect soul's story reached Tiger Hill. As it was nearing the end, Lu Xiaoyi suddenly remembered something. Right, which force forced you to this point? Why haven't I heard you mention it before? Is there a need to be so afraid? So afraid that you don't even dare to mention it? The insect soul went silent. Not only was this the pain of Zerg, but it could also guess that this was the real question that the swordsman wanted to ask. Don't be fooled by him dragging the question to the end. Yuaniing of a few hundred years was still too young. It would say it, but it wouldn't say everything. This was the best way to keep the swordsman in suspense. There's nothing to be afraid of. I just don't want to think about it. Every time I think about it, it hurts. That world is the fifth ring. We know it's the fifth ring, we know we can't afford to offend it, so we don't dare to move forward. Even if we can't afford to offend it, we can still hide, right? Plundering is Zerg's ability, but now there's a human who's better at it than you. What do you think? We just went around it. Not to mention the universe near the fifth ring, we didn't even go to the neighboring universe. That's already very respectful. Separated by 3 universes. He hadn't made a move yet. He was just passing by. In the end, he still wasn't far enough. I don't know how the people of the fifth ring city found out. The insect soul body sank into painful memories. Even a true monarch like him didn't want to think about those bloody memories. It was a peaceful airspace. There were no weather phenomena or opponents. It was just like an ordinary sunny day for you human beings. When you were walking on the green grass happily and breathing in the fresh air, relaxed and happy, dozens of bandits suddenly rushed out of the ditch nearby. Countless swords, innumerable swords. Their eyes were filled with sword light and the miserable cries of their fellow clansmen. The insect queen was instantly killed. The hive that we were so proud of was useless in the hands of these villains. It seemed like they also had an even more powerful hive. Needless to say, those must be the spoils of war from the other insect swarm. The experts of our insect swarm fell one by one in the battle. They were demons. He's a completely different swordsman. Merciless, cruel, and bloody. The children were scattered in the void and became the chomps of the void beasts that followed them. Those villains were in charge of killing, and those void beasts were in charge of eating. They were called scavengers. We were caught off guard and couldn't fight back. In one surprise attack, more than half of the insect swarm's true monarchs were lost. Lu Xiaoyi was very sad when he heard this. It was as if he was a kind traveler who had encountered bandits. He didn't join in. You were defeated just like that. Only dozens of people. Not to mention true monarchs, there were at least hundreds of Yuanying, right? Everyone rushed forward. The insect soul body said bitterly, there were thousands of our Yuanying clansmen, but you couldn't rush forward because you couldn't find the opportunity to rush forward. Those villains were all true monarchs. They were all very cunning. You couldn't catch them. They also didn't fight us head-on after organizing. You'll just follow behind them, bite them once, drive them away for a while, bite them again, and drive them away again. Just like the demonic blade you commanded. Lu Xiaoyi laughed dryly. Well, hehe, they were really shameless. The insect soul body's sad memories were brought up. They said we crossed the line. We said no. We were separated by 3 universes. They said 3 universes were for humans, but for us Zerg, we were separated by 100 universes. Did you hear that? How could they be so unreasonable? Lu Xiaoyi agreed very much. 100 universes is indeed too much. I think 50 universes is enough. We should leave a way for others. Lu Xiaoyi really wanted to comfort this sad insect. It was so pitiful. But he didn't know how to say it. Once the gate of the insect soul body's memory was opened, it was as if it couldn't be stopped. We ran and died. The insect corpses covered the escape route and fed countless void beast. True monarchs Zerg fell from hundreds to dozens, and Yuanying descendants fell from thousands to less than 100. Finally, we found a chance to escape into the antimatter space. We lost our way in the anti-space and had to come out to look for a location. Then, we ran into the anti-space again, hoping to run out of the 100 universes. There were countless thrills, and there were different kinds of injuries. In the end, we ran here hundreds of years later. I heard that we were already out of the 100 universes, so we had the idea of finding a place to settle down in Tiger Hill. Lu Xiaoyi sighed. He knew that it was impossible to get any information about the 5th ring from this insect soul body. They weren't even close to the 5th ring. They were separated by several universes, and the Shenyuan swordsman was famous for being taciturn. How could they get some information about the 5th ring and Shenyuan while they were chasing? He knew that this insect soul body deliberately didn't say Xuanyuan's name to leave him with something to think about. It wanted him to ask and make some requests. But now, he was no longer interested. He had collected almost all the treasures of the insect souls, and he had also seen the abilities of the merit fragments. How could he be a patient teacher? With a slight hint, the merit shard increased the intensity of the merit education. The insect soul body began to weaken again. The insect soul body said in horror, "Fellow Daoist, why are you doing this? What about our deal? What else do you want to know? Whatever you need me to do, I can do it for you." Lu Xiaoyi said indifferently, "There's no need for that. You only said that you were being hunted, but you never said how you survived by robbing." The insect soul argued, "It's all for survival." He had no choice. "Fellow Daoist, don't you need to plant spies in the Buddhist League? I can do it. I'll accept any kind of restriction without a second thought." Lu Xiaoyi said contemptuously, "Do you think that I, an upright human being, would need the help of insects when solving problems between humans?" The insect soul began to panic. Under the power of merit, it would really be cleansed into nothingness. Moreover, it might even become this human swordsman's merit. "Why? You won't even give me a chance. Didn't we have an agreement? I'm just a pitiful insect that can't threaten anyone." Lu Xiaoyi smiled. "You're making it sound so pitiful because you want to arouse my sympathy. Do you think I'm stupid? Do you know my orthodoxy?" The insect soul body shook its head. Then, it was shocked to see a sect token slowly protruding from the sparrow god space. There were 2 big words on it, Shenyuan. The insect soul body let out a scream from its soul. It understood why this guy's way of commanding the sword formation was so shameless and despicable. They had the same master. What kind of sin did it commit? It ran out of the 100-square universe and still couldn't escape from Xuanyuan's evil claws. Dear heavens, open your eyes. Chapter 1028. Lu Xiaoyi began to meditate. Ever since he became a nascent soul, he had not been idle. Now, it was time to sort out the things he had obtained. As for the insect soul, he had never intended to use it for himself. Never. This was his principle. He had always been wary of intelligent entities like himself. Perhaps they could be friends, but if he wanted to keep them by his side, he would be very repulsed. In his 800 years of cultivation, he had many opportunities to take in those loyal demonic beasts that would not betray their masters. He had never been tempted before, so how could he trust a bug now? Was it a perfected lord, or was it the public enemy of mankind? What was the difference between him and Yang Ding Domain if he did so? His own matters should be done by himself. Even if he entrusted it to someone else, it depended on the person. He did not manage to find out much information, especially about the 5th ring. This was within his expectations, but it was not all for naught. At the very least, he now had an answer to the question of which realm was secretly colluding with the 5th ring for revenge. What he needed to figure out in the future was whether Yang Ding and Zhu Xian had joined hands with each other. Or were they isolated incidents? If they had joined hands, how did they do it? What was the link through? He had to find an opportunity to pass this information to Qing Xian. This guy was also very good in this aspect. As one of the spies, he never minded sharing information with his companions. Why did he have to shoulder everything? It would be much easier if everyone did it together. He was from defy. In terms of cultivation, the jade-clear spiritual opportunity was sufficient for him to use without restraint. He did not need to go to the universe to collect it. Therefore, he stayed at the mountain gate and deepened his understanding of the Tao state. This was what a Yuanian cultivator should do. The power of the Tao realm was very important in a battle. Just like when he was killing the Zergs at Tiger Hill, the use of the Great Void Tao realm helped him complete a thrilling defense. Otherwise, the trust of his companions would have made him lose face. Without the Tao of merit, he would not be able to deal with the insect soul. Now, between Taishu and Tao of merit, he had a deeper understanding of Tao of merit. He understood it during the confrontation with Monk Yi Hang and also during the process of educating the insect soul. He did not dare to say that he had reached a higher level, but he was humble enough to have a basic understanding of it. The rest would be left to time. For things like the innate Taos, comprehending them was comprehending them, and deepening them was deepening them. They could not be mixed together. The so-called enlightenment was only a key to understanding a certain key point. As for what was behind the door, one still needed to open the door and observe. Every innate Tao was like an ocean of stars that encompassed everything and was vast and complicated. It was not something that could be grasped in a flash of inspiration. It required time, a large amount of time to deepen one's understanding. This was also the reason why great cultivators would often sit in secluded places for hundreds of years. They were not in the realm of spirit devouring, but in the realm of passage. Taishu was not as good as Lu Xiaoyi as there were no opportunities like merit. He could only stimulate the fragments of Taishu through the teasing of the 7 ants. It was very limited and one-sided. However, if he wanted to truly understand Taishu, it was very important for him to stay in Xiaoyaro Mountain. This was because this was taught by someone in Taoism. Unlike merit, there was probably no one in Xiaoyaro Mountain who could see it as clearly as Lu Xiaoyi. Since the fragments of Taishu's Tao were scattered throughout the universe, there were perfected immortals in Xiaoyaro Mountain who would explain Taishu's Tao from time to time. This was the power of the upper sect. Of course, it was not only Xiaoyaro Mountain who did this. The other upper sects of Taoism did the same. This was to let all the disciples take fewer detours and get closer to the truth faster. There were many ways to learn. Coincidences were one way, just like his merit. Following a teacher was another way, and it was the most important way. One could not treat asking for guidance from a senior as a useless person. This was a problem of the correct concept of learning. When would the next innate Tao collapse? He did not know. The only thing he could do now was to thoroughly understand what he had already obtained before the next fragment of Tao appeared. After entering Xiaoyaro Mountain for 200 years, this was the first time he became a good student and a good disciple. He would not let go of any perfected immortals' preaching. He humbly asked for advice about his problems in Taishu's Tao realm, just like the other Xiaoyaro cultivators. He also gained a lot. The days passed peacefully. Zhuxian's boundary was as they expected. It was calm and peaceful. The cultivators were more self-disciplined than before. In front of the Tao, it was only possible to cherish life. This logic did not need to be taught. On the contrary, the universe was even more chaotic. The cultivators' need for jade purity and purple purity had never been as urgent as it was now. Coupled with the fragments of Tao, it was a chaotic place. Just like that, 50 years passed quickly. With the accumulation of a huge amount of jade purity, Lu Xiaoyi successfully pushed his cultivation level from the early stage to the middle stage of yuanying. He was less than 5 inches away from yuanying. This was not something that could be achieved through the accumulation of jade purity. It required some kind of enlightenment and opportunity. It was just like how Yi Hang was a hindrance when he was cultivating the 3-inch infant. On this day, after Yarrow Ying and the swordsman exchanged swords, a huge pig's head popped out from behind the door of the Sword Shadow Palace. "Idiot! What trouble did you get into this time? I've already told you to settle your own problems. Don't expect me to stand up for you again," Lu Xiaoyi scolded. The wild boar came in, wanting to say something but hesitating. After hesitating for a long time, it finally said, "Senior brother, I want to go home." Lu Xiaoyi said, "Oh? Silu Desolate Star? Is there a reason? Is the food not good? Is it not good to sleep? Is it not good to play? Or is there no secretary?" The wild boar made up his mind. "It's all good. If I eat well, I won't go hungry. If I sleep well, I won't have to worry about danger. I can have a good night's sleep. If I play well, everyone is very good to me. They play all kinds of strange games. But I still want to go home. Because, if this goes on, I'm afraid I won't be able to see senior brother's prowess in the universe." Lu Xiaoyi was very gratified. The wild boar finally understood. To a demon beast like it, such a peaceful life was a taboo in cultivation. It would be stuck in the yuanying stage for its entire life, never to reach the next level. Because this was not the path of a demon beast. They had shortcomings in comprehension, but they were good at going against the trend in a difficult environment. This was something they were born with. Every living creature had its own unique path of cultivation, But to any living creature, living a peaceful life was self-destructive. He could not say such things. If he said it, it would be like chasing the wild boar away. It was better for it to comprehend on its own. Only then would it come from its own heart. Luckily, it only took it 60 years to understand. There was still time. Although the wild boar was not an ancient species, it had a much longer lifespan compared to humans. Once it turned the corner, it would have a bright future. He nodded. Think about it again. I'll give you a few more years. If you still insist, then go back. But I won't send you back. You have to fly back yourself. Chapter 10:29. The wild boar walked out unwillingly. Things were different from what it had expected. It thought that senior brother would send it back. Therefore, it had to think carefully. Should it take the risk and fly back or think of other ways? Lu Xiaoyi ordered Che Xie, who was beside him, tell them not to help it. Let it go on its own. Che Xie nodded. He knew what the swordmaster meant. The wild boar was really too lazy, timid, and just muddling along. Such a character was suitable to be a pet pig, but not suitable for cultivation. The superior living environment would destroy it. Going back alone was a test that could strengthen its confidence. Since it was going back to Sailu, it could not just eat and wait for death like it did in Juzian. This was a necessary step. In fact, the wild boar's strength had improved a lot over the years. However, it needed to be sharpened to turn its strength into real strength in battle. This was what it lacked. If it was really for its own good, it had to be pushed out. Otherwise, it would be more difficult in the future. A month later, the crying wild boar embarked on its return journey alone. Everyone had prepared a rich gift for it, but no one had the time to accompany it. It was not stupid and had long realized something. After all, it had the memories of its previous life. Although it had been killed many times in the void, it was not completely inexperienced. It was just that it had been frightened by the memories of its previous lives. Now that it had spiritual sustenance, it was not willing to take risks. However, as long as it took this step, its experience would come back. It would not waste its time eating and sleeping in Shaoying and eating until it was full and eating until it was full. Che Xie knew that this pig was very important to the swordmaster, although he did not know the reason. Swordmaster, why don't we send a few brothers to follow it? As long as we are careful, we won't find out. Lu Xiaoyi shook his head. Since we have decided, let's not do anything unnecessary. It is not dangerous for it to go to the void with its current identity. If it meets cultivators from Juzian, it can say that it was from the free and unfettered travel. If it meets cultivators from other regions, they will see that it is a pig and know that it is not from Juzian. They will not kill it endlessly. At most, it will be scary but not dangerous. It will have to go out. You can follow it for a while, but can you follow it forever? With the wild boar gone, it was time for him to move. His cultivation had reached a bottleneck, and his understanding of the Tao state was basically in place. Such a state was a kind of restriction. Since there was no specific mission this time, he decided to go to the free and unfettered travel. Ever since he joined the Carefree Travel Guild, he had not done much for the sect. However, he had received many things from the Carefree Travel Guild. For example, the true monarch elders had been guiding him diligently in the Great Void Tao realm. One should be grateful. Since he had nothing to do now, he could go and see if the sect needed his help. The immortal perfected Lord, immortal. This made Lu Xiaoyi feel a little strange. His impression was that the perfected lords of the free and unfettered travel did not involve themselves with the internal affairs of the sect. Yin masters were rare, not to mention immortal perfected lords. They were all secretive dragons and had their own free and unfettered personalities. But he did not rule out the possibility of accidents. This disciple is thinking of going to the void of the universe to gather some spiritual opportunity. Because I have no specific purpose, I came to ask if there is anything you need this disciple of yours. For example, helping a new junior brother to familiarize himself with the environment of the universe. Kucha stroked his beard and smiled. Good. With such thoughts, the sect did not raise you in vain. Let me see, are there any missions recently? This person is old, and his memory is not so good. How could an immortal perfected lord have a bad memory? Kucha took out a jade scroll and flipped through it like an old teacher. In fact, this was just a matter of scanning with his divine sense. Lu Xiaoyi cursed inwardly, but did not dare to say anything. He could only watch as the old man put on an act. He was just short of putting on a pair of reading glasses and dipping his saliva into the jade scrolls. Newcomers go out to gather experience and gather spiritual opportunity. A few days ago, a batch of them went out. For the time being, there won't be any more, Kucha muttered. As for other missions, most disciples will take 1 or 2 along the way. There aren't many. As for battles, they seem to be everywhere. It doesn't make much of a difference whether you're there or not. As he flipped through the jade scrolls, he suddenly slapped his thigh. Got it. There's an anti-space relay station in Changshuo. It's just that it's a little far from here. Would you be willing to go? Seeing that Lu Xiaoyi was a little confused, Kucha smiled and explained, many universes away, there's a medium-sized region called Changshuo. Near Changshuo, there's an antimatter relay station set up by the Juxian Upper Realm. There are people on duty all year round, in charge of maintenance, defense, and other trivial matters. Usually, the various sects take turns sending people over. The conditions are a little difficult, but you don't have to keep an eye on it. You can also take turns staying between the anti-space station and Changshuo. Just make sure that the relay station is operational. Lu Xiaoyi began to understand. The so-called relay station was a necessary measure for long-distance travel in anti-space. For example, Zerg had come here from the 5th ring. Although it was by accident, other than flying in the main world, he had also entered anti-space several times. Why was that? Couldn't he just fly in anti-space all the time? This involved a very profound spatial theory. Lu Xiaoyi didn't quite understand it yet. Only when he reached the level of a monarch would he be qualified to delve into it. To put it simply, the linear distance in the main world was not the same as the linear distance in anti-space. Simply put, for example, the super long distance from the 5th ring to Juxian could be reached by running north in the main world. However, in anti-space, it was impossible. It was actually a curved line that was affected by the spatial laws of anti-space. In short-distance anti-space travel, if one wanted to reach their destination, they would need a coordinate. The coordinate of their own region and the coordinate of their destination. Then, they would need to move forward according to these coordinates. The key question was, how would a cultivator determine these 2 coordinates? In the universe, there were origin points everywhere. It was impossible to draw a map of the entire anti-space because it was infinitely large. Not to mention anti-space, even the main world, which humans were more familiar with, had limits on the map of the universe. Generally, it would expand outwards from the position of one's own region. The closer it was, the clearer it would be, and the further it was, the blurrier it would be. Therefore, positioning was needed. It was like a lighthouse in the sea, a navigation mark, or the sand planet that Lu Xiaoyi stopped at when he formed his gold core. A cultivator would be in anti-space and receive the coordinates of their origin and destination at the same time to determine the direction in which they were flying. However, there was a limit to the range of a lighthouse beacon. It was impossible for such a powerful lighthouse beacon to exist that could be sensed by the entire universe. The information it emitted would always be weakened due to various reasons. After a certain distance, it would no longer be received. For short distances, such as between several universes, this problem did not exist. However, for long distances, such as the distance between the 5th ring and Juxian, there would be a need to set up a lighthouse in anti-space. This was the relay station mentioned by Master Bitter Tea. Chapter 1030. A powerful realm would definitely have many relay stations like this in the negative space, which would allow the realm to quickly send power to its surroundings. This included the important relay stations that Juxian's major forces shared, as well as the relay stations that the various upper sects had secretly set up in various parts of the universe. For example, when the Sword Vein had rescued Tiger Hill, it had used the relay station of the Huangting Taoism. However, above Darfar, there was a relay station that the 9 upper sects of Juzian shared. Not only did it occupy an extremely important strategic position in the negative space, but there was also more than one relay station like this. It was enough to ensure that the cultivators of Juzian would be sent to extremely distant locations. In the main world, they would never be able to reach even if they flew for a lifetime. Of course, other than the young god-perfected monarchs of the various upper sects, no one else had the right to know the exact location. Lu Xiaoyi knew that the sects had many stations in the universe, but he had always thought that they were mainly resource mines, so he hadn't paid much attention to this aspect. This was also the limit of his knowledge. Martial Uncle Ku, am I the only one guarding the relay station of Changshuo? If there's really danger, 2 fists can't fight against 4 hands. Where can I go to get reinforcements? Kucha explained, first of all, you have to find a relay station the size of a sesame seed in the negative space. The probability of this is about the same as if you've encountered a fragment of the Great Path. That's why for thousands of years, I've never heard of a relay station being destroyed by void beasts or unrelated humans. If you really do encounter one, you can only say that you're unlucky. This is a part of cultivation. Which mission is completely safe? Secondly, you also have helpers. This is the Changshuo realm. Although it's a medium-sized realm, there are a few perfected monarchs and dozens of Yuanying. I'm afraid there are even more now. Juzian has an agreement with them. If the relay station is in danger, they have the obligation to help. In exchange, if there are external enemies invading Changshuo, Juzian will be the first to help. Do you think that the Yuanying perfected monarchs in Juzian are all free and unfettered outside? It's just that many missions are not suitable to be publicized. How long will you be gone for? Lu Xiaoyi asked carefully. Kucha smiled and said, in principle, the 9 upper sects of Juzian will each hold the fort for 100 years. Last time, it was bitter Zen. This time, it's my free and unfettered travel. There's already a free and unfettered disciple guarding it for decades. You're just going to replace him. As for the future, there might be someone to replace you. Perhaps you'll be the only one left for the next few decades. Is that long? Lu Xiaoyi laughed dryly. Not long. Not long. What other rules are there? Please enlighten me, martial uncle. Disciple is timid and afraid of trouble, so it's better to avoid them. Kucha looked at him meaningfully, but he didn't expose his lie. The sect will provide you with a small antispatial raft. Due to the limited amount of negative space spiritium, you won't be able to move around a large area. Therefore, you will be given a certain amount of spiritium as well as some other benefits. You know, nowadays, many people aren't willing to accept this kind of mission where they can't find any fragments and can't freely harvest spiritium. Therefore, the sect subsidies are still very generous. When do you leave? Since it's a rotation within the free and unfettered travel, there's no need to rush. You can arrange some personal matters and leave within 3 months. The journey will probably take half a year, so you must be mentally prepared. Watching the young Yuanying leave, Kucha's turbid eyes flashed with a sharp light. This mission wasn't as simple as it seemed. Although it was only a garrison duty, it involved some very deep matters in the Juzian upper realm. It was a position that didn't have a high status but was very important. Normally, such a position would be taken by the most upright free and unfettered cultivator. It didn't necessarily require great ability or strength. Loyalty was the most important thing. In theory, Single Ear didn't have this qualification. The most bizarre thing was that Whitebrow senior brother had told him after he became a nascent soul that if Single Ear took the initiative to ask for a mission, he was to give Single Ear the mission of Changshuo to him. Kucha had been waiting for him for many years, and now he was finally waiting. He couldn't help but think carefully about the meaning behind senior brother's word. He knew that this was definitely not simple. It involved the highest level of the human cultivation world, the range of the sun god's vision. What could it be? What was the secret behind Single Ear's origin? He didn't need to ask. It would be disrespectful to senior brother Whitebrow, but senior brother definitely had his own plans. There was one thing he was sure of, and that was that this person definitely didn't have any personal relationship with senior brother. So why did it have to be this person? Kucha took a deep breath. What was his senior apprentice brother planning? Why at the negative space relay point? While there was still time, Lu Xiaoyi went to Taishen Zhonghuang. Unfortunately, Qing Xian wasn't there, so he could only leave a message and leave. After that, he went to Qing Wei. Slug wasn't there either. These guys were very hardworking. He didn't waste any time. After making some arrangements with Yarrow Ying, he went on a long journey alone. This was the furthest he'd gone since he became a nascent soul. Not far from Juzian was the upper realm of Juzian's main navigation mark in the negative space. With the changes in the cultivation world, humans had accumulated a lot of experience in how to enter and exit the negative space. Their techniques had also become more and more familiar. Just like now, when he was near the main navigation mark in Juzian, he didn't need anyone's help. He could rely on the negative space ferry given to him by his sect to break through the space wall and enter the negative space. It took him a bit longer, though. It took him about 2 hours to succeed. In the past, he wouldn't have dared to imagine such a thing, because this kind of operation usually only existed in the monarch level. It was a leap in technology. As soon as he entered the negative space, 2 obvious markings appeared on the sensing array of the ferry. One was incomparably strong, and was the main navigation mark in Juzian's upper realm. The other was faintly discernible. Lu Xiaoyi sighed. The sect was still very cautious. In theory, if they released all the restrictions, he should have sensed a lot of information about the navigation marks as soon as he entered the negative space. He didn't believe that Changshuo was the only long-distance universe exit in Juzian. In the universe, there should be exits in all directions in the 3-dimensional space. However, the sect only gave him the location of Changshuo's exit, and kept everything else a secret. This was normal. He had just entered the negative space, so the sect was afraid that he would go the wrong way if they gave him too many markings. Or, it was also the first time he had personally experienced it in the negative space. It was completely different from sitting on the raft that was heavily repaired by the predecessor. The negative space was boundless, and stars were especially rare. Compared to the main world, it was deeper and lonelier. Lu Xiaoyi traveled alone. He had some doubts about this mission, and he faintly felt that things weren't so simple. This was the intuition of a cultivator. He didn't know whether it was good or bad, but he could only continue on like this. The fate of a chess piece. Chapter 1031. From Lu Xiaoyi's point of view, the biggest difference between the negative space and the main world was that there were no cultivators. If you couldn't see anyone, there would naturally be no dispute. There were many reasons why there were so few cultivators in the negative space, but they could be summarized into a few points. First of all, the spiritual opportunity here was much poorer than in the main world. Without motivation, cultivators naturally wouldn't go on expeditions. Secondly, the fragments of the Great Tao here were also very rare. He had also heard about this from the elders in the sect. It seemed that the rules of the heavenly Tao here were not the same as in the main world. Therefore, when the Great Tao collapsed, 3 fragments would appear in the main world, and only 1 would appear in the negative space. Lastly, not everyone could enter the negative space. There were too many aspects involved. Was there a specialized negative space ferry? Were there any signs that were regarded as top secret by the sect? If there weren't, how would you enter the negative space? Where would you go after you entered? These were all in the hands of the 9 great sects. It was not a domain that other small sects could set foot in. Just like the ferry that Lu Xiaoyi was using now, it was a public item in the sect. Cultivators who weren't supremes couldn't use it. In terms of value, it was much more precious than the main world's floating raft that perfected Jiao spent 20 years to build. It was also rarely owned by individuals. Lu Xiaoyi really wanted to steal this thing for his own use, but he didn't know if there would be such an opportunity. He didn't sit on the ferry all the time. Instead, he rode the ferry intermittently for a distance, then he kept the ferry and flew with his physical body. He frequently switched between the two, enjoying it very much. There was actually only one intention. He wanted to know if he could still find Changshuo after leaving the guiding formation of the ferry. Ordinary cultivators wouldn't do this because it was simply impossible. Locating a location in the negative space was an almost impossible task. However, Lu Xiaoyi was different. His star system had been closely related to the negative space since he built his foundation. Although he didn't comprehend as many stars as he did in the main world, there were still tens of thousands of stars in the negative space. By relying on these omnipresent stars, it was possible to accurately locate a location. What he needed to do was to find a way to switch the points on the raft to the system of the star coordinate system. This required many complicated attempts, corrections, and corrections. In his own anti-space star coordinate system, he marked out the two corresponding points of the main world, Juzian and Changshuo. Then, in the future of his cultivation, he would gradually increase the number of marks. In the end, as long as he entered the anti-space, he would have many exits to choose from. This was also a part of the increase in strength. It seemed useless, but it could help cultivators pursue, escape, and deal with enemies in the negative space without worrying about the possibility of getting lost. It could also deepen a cultivator's understanding of the star coordinate system. Growth was like this, imperceptibly influenced little by little. It was precisely because of such perseverance that Lu Xiaoyi was able to gradually surpass others in his 800 years of cultivation from an unknown little cultivator without any foundation, pulling further and further away from cultivators of the same realm. This was not something that could be explained by luck. Marshal Uncle Kucha said that this trip would take half a year, but in reality, it took him a full year to finally reach the destination. There were very few celestial phenomena here, and there were no disturbances from cultivators. However, there was an additional confirmation of the star coordinate system. Fortunately, this delay didn't disappoint him. Changshuo's star coordinate system became clearer and clearer, and the signal became stronger and stronger. Lu Xiaoyi was very clear that when his raft approached the star coordinate system, the cultivator guarding the star coordinate system would also be able to sense the raft's approach. This was the result of a mutual response, and it couldn't be hidden. Of course, if he relied on his newly comprehended star coordinate system to get close, the other party definitely wouldn't be able to sense his arrival. Until he entered the range of the other party's divine sense, that would be considered a sneak attack. Of course, there was no need to reveal his trump card now. A daoist with fluttering sleeves stood in front of the star coordinate system. He hadn't received the news in advance, and it was inconvenient to transmit information over such a long distance. However, he knew that this had to be from Juzian's hometown. Thus, he appeared to be very relaxed, thinking that this was just another trip to the negative space. This was also the value of the relay point. When he saw the shape of the raft, he realized that it was actually the carefree travel team's raft. Lu Xiaoyi appeared and bowed. "Senior Marshal Brother Ku, how are you? This little brother has come under the orders of the sect to replace you. Here is the certificate." Senior Marshal Brother Ku was a little familiar with him. They hadn't spoken to each other before, but he knew that there was such a person in the sect. What was strange was that tasks like guarding the negative space relay point were usually undertaken by the senior Yuanying. It was rare for a newcomer to be in charge. However, after seeing the certificate, seeing that there was a specially-made raft from the sect, and that he was a fellow disciple of the sect, he didn't want to think too much about the details. After all, this task wasn't very desirable. "Come, let me explain to Junior Marshal Brother how to use and maintain the star coordinate system. Also, how to enter and exit the main world's Longshore domain." The two's exchange was simple and efficient. After all, they weren't too familiar with each other, so it was just business. There is one thing that Junior Marshal Brother needs to pay attention to. A few years ago, an inexplicable cultivator approached. His identity was unknown, his intentions were unknown, and his purpose was unknown. After I released my divine sense to announce that there was a dedicated person guarding this place, he left without saying goodbye. However, I don't know if this was a coincidence, or if he was just probing ahead. Although the possibility of coincidence is higher, Junior Marshal Brother still needs to be careful. Lu Xiaoyi was very surprised. "Senior Marshal Brother? There are also cultivators in the negative space? It looks so desolate." Junior Marshall Brother has entered and exited the negative space several times, but I have never seen a star suitable for human habitation. Or, did he come from the main world? Senior Marshall Brother Ku said solemnly. Junior Marshall Brother just entered the Yuanying not long ago, so you may not know about the negative space's cultivation environment. Although I didn't communicate with that cultivator, neither did I talk to him, but in my judgment, the possibility of him coming from the main world is very small. He is most likely a native cultivator of the negative space. You have to know that the negative space is vast. It is impossible to find a small target like the Tao mark that is disguised as a meteorite by accident. The Tao mark is just a stone under the investigation of the divine sense. Without the guidance of a special magic circle, the message sent by the Tao mark cannot be received by cultivators. Therefore, we never consider such a coincidence. There is also a cultivation world in the negative space, but there are different opinions about where it is. Not to mention nascent soul stage cultivators like us, even supremes can't find the place where they live, but they can come out. He warned, the great Tao has collapsed, and the rules of many cultivation worlds have gradually weakened. The great Tao of the main world has collapsed, but isn't it the same in the negative space? The people of the main world are in chaos. The cultivators of the negative space are also made of flesh and blood, so what's the difference? So in this kind of situation, there's no harm in being more vigilant. When I return, I will also inform the sect and report my observations and conjectures. It's impossible for the sect to ignore this matter. I will say something unpleasant, but even if Yuanying cultivators like us are worthless now, the Tao mark is very important to Juzian, so it is impossible for them to abandon it. But during this period, Junior Marshall Brother, you still have to face it alone, so don't lose yourself here. Chapter 1032. Lu Xiaoyi thanked his senior brother for his kindness. Senior brother, take care of yourself. Even if there are changes, they might not necessarily be on the road sign. The return journey is also included, so you still need to be careful. The great path is missing, and people's hearts are in chaos. No one can protect themselves, so we must be extra careful. The two said goodbye, and senior brother Ku left on the raft. Since there was a replacement, he didn't want to linger in this place. Lu Xiaoyi looked at his back and began to ponder. Senior brother Ku's intuition was right. Such a fixed place, no matter how hidden and inconspicuous it was, it still existed. With the accumulation of time, there would always be accidents. In the past, it could be purely regarded as a coincidence, but now that the overall environment had changed, there was an inevitability. The sect had a clear definition of the task of guarding the road sign. Maintenance, correction, and spirit replenishment were the main tasks, while defense was the secondary responsibility. It was unrealistic to expect a nascent soul stage cultivator to deal with the malicious attacks on his own. Not to mention a nascent soul stage cultivator, how could the true immortals at every relay point defend against the conscious attacks? Therefore, the more important thing was to deter and drive away the occasional passerby. If something really happened, they just had to leave. As long as they could pass the message back, it would be enough to see the general purpose of the malicious person. Fainting was not enough to kill him. When he came up with the idea of taking the task, he didn't expect to be sent to such a remote place. He couldn't back down, so he could only bite the bullet and do it. It was also because he chose the wrong time. If he came a little later, would this task have been taken by someone else? What he didn't know was that this task was specially reserved for him. He would receive it whenever he came, unless he didn't want to serve the sect. Flying close to the road sign and carefully studying its structure was part of his duty. From the outside, it looked like an inconspicuous meteorite, no different from the trillions of stones in the universe. It had a diameter of more than 100 feet, but in fact, the outer layer was made of Rayal stone, and only the inner layer was made of Rayal stone. He wasn't proficient in crafting weapons, but he had the detailed blueprints and basic explanations given by the sect. It wasn't too difficult for him to figure it out. After all, he was going to be the maintainer for the next few decades. How could he maintain it if he didn't know anything about it? In the process of understanding the road signs, A certain doubt arose in his heart. The more he studied the road signs, the more puzzled he became. This was because he gradually understood that even though the road signs were inconspicuous, they were related to the core of a domain, how to get out of the universe. The structure of the road sign was secondary. If it was really taken away by an outsider, they could probably replicate it by disassembling it. However, the most important thing was the road sign signal transmission system given to him by the sect. To put it simply, this thing was like a password book. Only with the password could the road sign work effectively, send out and receive messages normally. It was the secret key. The problem was, since when was his ear so valued by the sect? Fearless opened up all these core things to him. In the sect, he had never felt such importance. At most, he was a person who was gradually integrating into the carefree sect. His complete loyalty was still being tested. Or was it because they knew that this place was starting to become dangerous, so they found some cannon fodder? It didn't seem like it. He buried his doubts in his heart. It was useless to think too much about it. After studying the road signs, he prepared to go to the Changshuo domain of the main world to take a look. After all, he was alone in the outside world. There were many places where he would need the help of the cultivators of Changshuo. When the cultivators entered and exited the positive and negative space, the power to break the walls completely came from the ferry. This was the reason why he was so fond of this ferry. Under his control, the head of the ferry shone brightly. The energy was accumulating and the walls were weakening. The only thing that made him dissatisfied was that it took a long time. If he was in the middle of a battle, he wouldn't be able to use it at all. After nearly 2 hours, it could be easily interrupted. It couldn't be used as a means of escape. There was nothing he could do. After 2 hours, the energy of the ferry was enough. It leaped forward and disappeared into the void. Taoist Kong Jiu sat quietly in the main hall, his thoughts uncertain. Several Yuanying Taoists sat cross-legged in front of him, each of them frowning. One of them was still giving his report. That group of void travelers came to our Changshuo domain again 2 days ago. They didn't do anything. They just had a drink in the mortal world and then left in a hurry. Just like before, they didn't disturb the domain at all. However, I saw that there were 2 more of them. Now, there are more than 10 of them. I think that Changshuo needs to come up with a plan. Otherwise, the strength of these people will continue to increase. One day, they will surpass the strength of Changshuo. I don't think it's as simple as just having a drink. One of the Yuanying had a different opinion. Although they didn't interact with each other, I think they are quite polite. For the past 10 years, they didn't interfere with each other's business. Our Changshuo cultivators have met them more than once when we went out into the void. They have never provoked us. If we act rashly and chase them away, before we know their origins, won't we bring unknown danger to Changshuo? Changshuo doesn't have a heaven and earth membrane. Once we start fighting with cultivators of unknown origin, the damage to the mortal world is almost unavoidable. These consequences can't be ignored. Another Yuanying was also helpless. They don't leave and they don't stay. They refuse to communicate and we don't understand their true intentions. It's really troublesome. Our Changshuo domain is located in a remote area. There are no cultivator domains in the surrounding area. How did these people gather here? What's their purpose? Is it for our Changshuo? Or are they just passing by? Taoist Kong Jiu sighed. These were all old topics. They had discussed this matter countless times over the past 10 years. Until now, they still couldn't come up with an effective solution. This was the awkwardness of small and medium-sized cultivator domains. Changshuo domain was a medium-sized domain. There was only one sect, Lord Larojun Temple. It was an orthodox Taoist inheritance. As for its origin, too much time had passed and no one knew. It was one of the countless seeds of Taoism in the universe. Because of the limited cultivation environment, its current scale was at its limit. There was limited room for growth. Lord Larojun Temple was a Taoist sect that enjoyed itself. Because it was located in a remote area, there weren't many disputes. The universe it was located in belonged to the kind where there were very few cultivator domains. It couldn't be compared to Juzian's flourishing atmosphere. If they didn't fight for anything, they could still get by. Changshuo also had a backer. It was the Juzian upper domain that used this as the relay point of the waymark. Their relationship had been established for a long time. They were both orthodox Taoists and could accept each other. Juzian set up the anti-space waymark here. It needed the support of the natives like Changshuo in certain aspects. Changshuo relied on it to have a strong support force when there was danger from the outer domain. After so many years, both sides lived in harmony. It was also a model of harmonious relations between domains in the universe. Chapter 1033. P.S. Once Uncle makes a move, I'll have to peel off another layer of skin. I have no choice but to use the New Year goods as a replacement. Buy 5 and get 4 free. This request is a little too high. Can we negotiate? Yesterday, I sent out 1 chapter. Today, I'll send out 2 chapters. Any more and there won't be any left. Sloth's book thrived precisely because it had a true book friend like this uncle who supported it with all his might after drinking. The change began more than 10 years ago. In the beginning, it was only 3 unfamiliar nascent soul cultivators that appeared around Changshuo. In the world of cultivation, this was a rare sight for Changshuo, but it was nothing new. The universe was boundless, and there were always passers-by. Even if there were passers-by, it was impossible for them to cut themselves off from the universe. However, what the 3 cultivators did next was rather strange. They did not communicate with each other. Travelers like them only had 2 choices when passing through a cultivation realm. One was to interact with the local cultivators, and the other was to leave and continue their journey. Indeed, there were very few people like them who just stayed in the space outside Changshuo. They did not leave or interact with each other. Who knew what they were dawdling there for? The 3 Yuanian cultivators were not a threat to Changshuo. Based on the way Changshuo dealt with outsiders, they would not act rashly against the 3 cultivators. It was not that they could not deal with them, but that they had to consider the possible hidden troubles behind them. The cautiousness of small forces in small realms when dealing with foreign cultivators was vividly displayed here. Under such an atmosphere, what made the people of Changshuo uneasy was that more and more cultivators from other realms had gathered. At the beginning, there were only 3 cultivators, but now, there were more than 10 of them. Although they were still Yuanian cultivators, the trend was unsettling. Should we inform Juzian? One of the Yuanian perfected masters asked. Another one immediately retorted, how? Inform what? They didn't even start a war with Changshuo, nor did they show any hostility. Yet here we are, being paranoid and treating everyone as an enemy. So what if we inform Juzian? Would they send someone over or not? I, Changshuo, do indeed have an agreement with Juzian, but that refers to when the domain is facing a great enemy and cannot support us. It is not a small matter where we ask for reinforcements. If we do this too often, people will look down on us. Things like agreements also had their scope of application. It depended on the level of threat, and it was not something that could be casually mentioned. This was a matter of face and also the actual cost of reinforcements. How could cultivators not understand the story of the boy who cried wolf? The Yuanian from before sighed and said, Juzian changed their guard a few months ago and sent a message to us. I was thinking that if I could take this opportunity to send the news back to Juzian and see what they have to say about this matter. Now that the guard has changed, he won't be able to go back in a short period of time. We can only solve this problem by ourselves. Just as they were hesitating, a message talisman came from outside. Perfected monarch Kong Jiyu checked it with his divine sense and smiled. It's the new Taoist from Juzian. Since he is new, he probably doesn't know much about the surrounding environment of Changshuo. Why don't we reveal this situation to him when we introduce him? It's not an official request for help from Juzian, but a sharing of resources. The Yuanian nodded and immediately went out of the main hall to welcome him. It was inevitable that small sects would lose some of their magnanimity in handling matters. This was also forced by the circumstances of life. Lu Xiaoyi was welcomed into the main hall. Perfected monarch Kong Jiyu looked around and saw a young man walking in with swaying steps. His temperament was very strange. He did not have the sage-like demeanor of an orthodox Taoist cultivator. Instead, he was more like an itinerant cultivator. How could he know the details of a sect far away in Zhujian? He only thought that there were more than 100 people and that there were all kinds of strange things, which was normal. However, she couldn't hide her cultivation from him. She was at the middle stage of the nascent soul stage, so she was rather disappointed. In the world of cultivation, one's cultivation realm basically represented the right to speak. Who wouldn't want to have a stronger helper? Junior Xiaoyaro Shan greets perfected monarch. Lu Xiaoyi was very polite. In his view, every senior was worthy of respect, but it was different when he used his sword. Kong Jiyu was full of smiles. Disciple Xiaoyao, you are indeed a dragon among men. Changshuo also has some special food and wine. Since this is the first time we meet, we must welcome you with a feast. Lu Xiaoyi did not decline. The guest should follow the host's wishes and it was not good to be too stiff. He could also use this opportunity to build a relationship with the native cultivators. An agreement was an agreement, and friendship was friendship. An agreement with friendship was more reliable and effective. During the feast, the guests and the host enjoyed themselves. The Changshuo cultivators slowly led the topic to the unknown extraterrestrial cultivators. How could the quick-witted Lu Xiaoyi not understand their intentions? If senior brother Ku knew about it, he would have mentioned it to him. Now, were they bullying him because he was young and inexperienced? However, it did not matter. It was a good thing that the people of Changshuo wanted something from him. It could shorten the distance between them, and it would be easier for him to ask in the future. In the cultivation world, it was nothing more than you using me and I using you. If you ask me if there is a similar situation in the relay points of Zhujian, I don't know. This is the first time I have accepted the task of guarding the coordinates. Before I came here, the sect did not mention any similar abnormalities. I think this is not a common phenomenon, right? However, if you ask me how to deal with this matter, I can only answer according to the rules of Zhujian. In our opinion, the worst situation is to ignore it. We have to go out and ask clearly, whether it is a literary inquiry or a martial inquiry. This was not the rule of Zhujian, but the rule of the fifth ring. As the guardian daoist of the relay point of Changshuo, Lu Xiaoyi did not want to see so many strange cultivators drifting about outside, their whereabouts unknown. He could understand the survival of small domains, but he could stimulate their sense of responsibility. He did not like to be in an uncontrollable situation. Kong Jiyu smiled and said, "We have already asked the literary inquiry, but they did not give us an answer. I want to know how the martial inquiry in Zhujian works." Lu Xiaoyi played it down. That's right, find a reason to fight. Let them know the pain, and they will naturally be willing to communicate. The sooner we fight, the sooner we communicate. If we are late, more and more people will gather. At that time, we will not dare to fight even if we want to. We can also determine whether we need to send a message back to Zhujian. At that time, if you take action, I am willing to go with you and see if you are from the forces around Zhujian. Of course, this possibility is not big. That was all he could say. If the cultivators of Changshuo were still pretending to be turtles, then there was nothing he could do. If they did not care about their own domain, then there was no saving them. In the cultivation world, you must first determine if the outsiders were malicious, then other things. The banquet was tasteless. Other than the guests eating and drinking there, the hosts were all thinking. In the end, perfected Lord Kong Jiyu decided. Fine. Let's send people over to wrestle with them. It is not good for a perfected lord to take action. I am afraid that they will scatter and flee. Why don't we send a dozen or so Yuanying who are good at fighting, then it will not be considered bullying them. At that time, don't be ruthless and focus on fighting. I think they will understand our attitude. Little friend Dan, please go with them. You don't have to take action, just watch from the side. Changshuo's troubles will be borne by the people of Changshuo. Chapter 1034. P.S. Uncle, where are you now? A few days later, the 18 Yuanian cultivators of Changshuo and Lu Xiaoyi left through the void. Perfected cultivator Kong Gu's claim of being good at fighting was somewhat exaggerated. Changshuo's territory was limited, 2 of the 3 perfected cultivators were still outside, and the rest of the Yuanian cultivators were basically all here. There was nothing much to choose from. Those foreign cultivators stopped on a small planet less than 3 days away from Changshuo. They did not try to conceal themselves and were very quiet. This made it difficult for people to judge their intentions. They did not rob, invade, harass, and they did not leave. When Changshuo's group arrived near the small planet, the 11 cultivators on the opposite side lined up in the air. Obviously, they were not afraid. The leader of Changshuo's group was Perfected Cow, a very experienced perfected cultivator. Perhaps because he was too old, he had lost his sharpness in the past. Perhaps perfected cultivator Kong Jiyu had noticed this. I am Cao Zhen from Changshuo's perfected cultivator temple. I came here to ask you the reason for staying in Changshuo. How can you allow others to sleep beside your bed? If you still refuse to answer, Changshuo may be a country of etiquette, but it also has many ruthless methods. Lu Xiaoyi was disheartened by these words. With such a start, there was basically no hope for a good result. They could either continue to remain silent or lie to deceive. They had been living in peace for too long and had forgotten the real rules of the cultivation world. One of the cultivators on the opposite side was neither servile nor overbearing. We are here to stay temporarily. We have no ill intentions. Since more than 10 years ago, have you hurt anyone in Changshuo? Have you ever robbed anything from your territory? Occasionally, we enter your territory just for the sake of words and banquets. We have never affected the order of your territory. The cultivation world has its own rules. How far do you want us to go? Cultivators walk the path of cultivation. The universe is vast and the territory is yours. We respect it, but you can't have the territory around your territory, right? Daoist Kong Jiyu had already reminded Cao Zhen that he wouldn't be able to gain the upper hand with words, so he should hurry up and drive the other party away. Now, with just a few words of courtesy, he felt like he was being led astray again. It really wasn't as refreshing as what that cultivator Zhu Xian had said, to directly attack the other party. If he were to attack now, he would feel embarrassed and angry instead. If we don't get along, it's pointless to say another word. Since you and I have different ideologies, then let's follow the old rules of the cultivation world. Only the strong are respected. With a wave of his hand, he was about to mobilize the cultivators of Changshuo to fight, but the Daoist on the other side shouted loudly to stop him. Since Changshuo is to drive people away, killing is the most important thing. Once a chaotic battle ensues, death and injury are inevitable. At that time, there will be no room for negotiation between you and me. Why don't we do it this way? You have 18 people, and we have 11 people. How about we compete in a duel? How many rounds? Victory or defeat will be decided by the rules of Changshuo. When Daoist Master Cao heard this, he was a little hesitant. Before he came, Martial Uncle Kong Jiyu had told him to try his best not to cause any death. If his own people died, he would feel bad, but if the other party died, it might lead to revenge. The best way was to fight in moderation. Not only did he show his tough attitude, but he also didn't lose his magnanimity. This wasn't easy. Once it started, it would be uncontrollable. This was inevitable. Therefore, he was hesitant. After discussing with a few other Daoist masters, they all felt that a duel was a good idea under the current circumstances. Not only could they compare who was better, it would also be easier for them to control their strength and advance and retreat freely. Finally, Daoist Master Cao decided, let's compete in 7 rounds. Whoever can win 4 rounds will be the boss. The Daoist in front of him cupped his fists and smiled. Winning 4 out of 7 is the magnanimity of your region, but we have come from afar to harass you, and we feel uneasy. Since we are outsiders, we should have the self-awareness of outsiders. How about this? In the 7 rounds, we will leave on our own if we lose 2 rounds. We will not stay in Changshuo. This way, We can show that we have no ill intentions. These words made Lu Xiaoyi, who was beside him, shake his head vigorously. He was an old ruffian and had his own unique understanding of battles. He knew that before the battle even started, the layout had already begun. In this aspect, the cultivators of Changshuo were very naive. They had been here for more than 10 years, so they definitely had some understanding of the abilities of the people of Changshuo. That was why they dared to say such big word. On the other hand, increasing the difficulty of the duel was undoubtedly forcing the people of Changshuo to have no room to retreat. If they really lost, they would be embarrassed to bully others with their advantage in numbers. It was a very clever strategy. Imperceptibly, they once again showed their selfless attitude. Was that really the case? Daoist Master Cao agreed immediately. The reason why he chose 7 rounds was that among the cultivators on his side, there were a few Daoist masters who were purely there to make up the numbers. They weren't strong enough to fight. Everyone arranged their rounds. Of course, Lu Xiaoyi wasn't included in Changshuo's side. He was now purely an observer, so there was no problem with his strength or reputation. After the arrangements were made, everyone began to fight. Round after round, the faces of the people of Changshuo became gloomier and gloomier. They felt more and more ashamed. The final result was just as Lu Xiaoyi expected. All 7 rounds were lost, and the one who lost was Changshuo. They lost their temper. They lost so much that even struggling seemed unnecessary. The Daoist master on the other side didn't have a trace of arrogance or conceit. He still spoke softly. We have been in the universe for a long time and are used to drifting. We fight with the heavens, void beasts, and humans. Hence, we specialize in the Tao of spells. It's not like the orthodox Daoist sects of your region that cultivate one's body and mind. This battle is just a joke. Your region didn't use all of its strength. You even have a Daoist master who didn't come out. This is your tolerance for us drifters. For more than 10 years, your region has always been broad-minded. We all know that. I still say the same thing. We are gathered here not to do anything to Changshuo. It's just that the reason is a little hard to say. It's because of respect that we can't lie and deceive you. We can only keep silent. Fellow Daoist, please return to the mountain and tell the elders clearly. If there's a day when we can speak freely, we won't hide anything from them. They gave enough face, lowered their stance, and were strong themselves. With all these factors, what other choice did the people of Changshuo have other than covering their faces and leaving? They had the advantage of being the host, the number of people, and the familiarity of the environment. They had a good hand, but they played it badly. Lu Xiaoyi followed them back without revealing anything. He was covered in dirt, but he didn't care. He finally realized that there was no such thing as a good idea in this world. The best was the one that suited the style of different cultivators. His style was only suitable for himself. Even the people of the 5 Rings Qing Sky sect might not be suitable for the people of Juzian, not to mention the people of Changshuo who were a mess. If he had known this would happen, he would have suggested to let the people of Changshuo come here to send warmth and make friends. With resources, with his wife as his wife, the results might be better. But then again, only cultivators with the style and attitude of Changshuo could be the best place to set up a relay point in the universe, right? If it had been someone with a little bit of ambition, they would have long been surrounded by endless moths and endless troubles. Each had its own pros and cons. It was hard to say whether it was good or bad. But there was one point. If something happened to the coordinates, it would be a little unreliable to rely on the people of Changshuo. This was the biggest impression Lu Xiaoyi had from the battle. Chapter 1035. Lu Xiaoyi was someone who liked to pretend to be weak, but he never pretended to be weak for no reason. Just like this time, he couldn't think of what he would gain if he attacked. First of all, he would anger this group of strange and polite wanderers. His sword was very heavy, and when the opponent had a strong will to resist, it would become even heavier. There was no guarantee that it wouldn't kill. Secondly, it would make the cultivators of Changshuo embarrass. 18 people couldn't solve the problem, but he could solve it alone. If he had the ability, why didn't he attack earlier? Why did he have to wait for others to make a fool of themselves before he attacked? People with weak tempers were more likely to be hurt internally. This was the truth. If he buried such feelings in his heart, who knew when it would bring him a lot of trouble? You could underestimate the strength of the people of Changshuo, but you couldn't underestimate their ability to ruin things. This was also an experience. He had mixed feelings about these inexplicable outsiders. It wasn't that they were strong, but that their 7-0 record was set off by their opponent. If it was Yuanying and the others, they wouldn't be able to win. If it was the swordsmen of Shadow Sword Palace, these wanderers wouldn't even be able to win a single match, let alone Great Sword Master Lu. What he found strange wasn't this, but the way these cultivators fought, their unique application of the Dao realm. It wasn't that these cultivators had a deep understanding of the Dao realm. In Lu Xiaoyi's opinion, their understanding of the Dao realm was only at an ordinary level, and there were even some flaws in some aspects. However, their application was obviously different from the mainstream Dao realm. The so-called mainstream Dao realm he was referring to was the 5 rings, blue sky, and Juzian. Thinking about it, the Dao realm of these influential superlarge Dao realms in the main world should be able to represent the mainstream, right? It wasn't a big deal for a person to open up a unique path in the Dao realm. Lu Xiaoyi was the same. But if the 7 cultivators on the field were all like this, then it was very clear that there was a problem. Moreover, it was in 7 different Dao realms. What kind of orthodoxy was it? Sect? Force? How could it allow the disciples below to be so different from others in all aspects of the Dao realm? And this was only the 7 of them. He dared to bet that the 4 who didn't go on the field were also different in their own ways. Xiao Yarou, you couldn't do such a thing. The 7 Daoist sects of Juzian couldn't do it. Even the Supreme 3 Pure Ones might not be able to do it. Shenyuan couldn't do it either. This was what he was interested in. There seemed to be something that was beyond his understanding. If he wanted to get to the bottom of this, he could not act recklessly. He had to take a closer look. Returning to Laojun Temple of Changshuo, Daoist Cao and the rest went to look for their martial uncle. Lu Xiaoyi did not follow them. They were a family behind closed doors. How awkward would it be for an outsider like him? Should Empty Valley be punished or not? He wandered around the mortal world of the Changshuo world and inspected the entertainment industry here, learning about the different customs. A month later, he bade farewell to perfected monarch Kong Jiyu and returned to the reverse space waymark. Lu Xiaoyi did not try to get in touch with the strangers who were still on the asteroid because he really could not think of a way to get close to and gain their trust. Since he was not confident, he might as well not go. This was not the shaking shadow realm, it was not a place that could be controlled by flying sword. He had a vague judgment, but it was still hazy. If he wanted to verify it, he could only see if he could find any clues in the reverse space. Lu Xiaoyi understood his situation very well. As long as he was in a place, even if there was nothing wrong, something would happen. In this sense, he was a little envious of senior brother Ku's character. He had been guarding this place for dozens of years, but he could not see anything. It was also a kind of blessing. Maybe this was his way of cultivation? Turning a blind eye and hearing nothing, was this a good attitude for cultivation? There was a problem with Lu Xiaoyi's control of the rhythm of his cultivation. Before he took the mission, he raised his cultivation to the nascent soul level, which was less than 5 inches. He wanted to find an opportunity to cross this threshold, but he did not expect to be sent to such a lonely and barren environment like the reverse space. The weather was limited, the spiritual opportunity was limited, and even people were rare. It was very difficult to cross the 5 inches threshold with such a simple cultivation. In other words, he had temporarily stopped eating spiritual machines. It was useless. No matter how much he ate, he would not be able to go up. After all, cultivation had its own rules. It was impossible to plan it perfectly and not waste any time. If he did not need to spend too much time on cultivation, he would spend it on the Dao realm. Merit, void, 5 elements, slaughter, and destiny. After he became a Yuanying, these Dao realms had been greatly improved. His vision had been broadened, and his understanding of the nature of the universe had increased. There was unlimited space for him to comprehend these Tao realms. There was never enough time. Some cultivators would only focus on one Tao realm for their entire life. Only then would they be able to achieve great things. Lu Xiaoyi did not think that he could reach the level of others in all the innate Taos. This was unrealistic and too arrogant. He focused his understanding of the Tao realm on two aspects. One was the in-depth and comprehensive foundation of the Tao realm, and the other was the help it could provide in battle. He was a swordsman, and he would never forget why he studied the Tao realm in the first place. It was not for research. It was not for dissemination. It was not for writing books. His goal was very simple, and that was to find ways to kill more happily. The Tao realm was boundless, and a cultivator might not be able to fully understand it in his lifetime. He had to make a choice and deepen his understanding of the Tao realm. This was especially important to Lu Xiaoyi, because he might come into contact with more than 30 Tao realms in the future. How could he not make a choice? He would not be able to comprehend them even if he worked himself to death. Cultivation focused on determining the direction, and the rest was to persevere. Then, he would explore the things he was interested in this lonely antimatter space. With the road mark as the center, Lu Xiaoyi began to draw circles. Within the largest range of his divine sense, he expanded them one circle after another. He was trying to find something in his surroundings. His thoughts were meticulous, and his considerations were often different from others. Were the people of Changshuo guessing which universe these outsiders came from? Which universe? He directly guessed that these people came from the antimatter space. There were a few hints, such as the uniqueness of these people's Tao realm. Changshuo's unique location. Senior brother Ku once mentioned that there were people spying on them from the antimatter space. If his guesses were correct, then some things could be explained. What were they waiting for? Of course, they were waiting for their companions in the antimatter space. A single tree does not make a forest. If the cultivators from the antimatter space wanted to survive in the origin world, they would not be able to survive without a certain scale. Huddling together for warmth was the norm. The key was under the premise that the Tao realm collapse. Originally, they were unwilling to come out, but now, because of the temptation of the innate Tao, they all came out. He did not want to care about the flow of talents between the two worlds. Man walked to the top, and water flowed to the bottom. He, Lu Xiaoyi, was not afraid of competition, as long as it had nothing to do with the 5 rings of clear sky. Chapter 1036. He did not have any psychological burden to carry out a dangerous investigation alone in an unfamiliar space. He knew his own strength very well. If a perfected cultivator came, he might not be able to defeat him, but it would be easy for him to escape. Moreover, he would definitely be able to make the perfected cultivator suffer a loss in battle. No one would want to provoke such a low-level opponent unless they were mortal enemies. There was no benefit in winning, and it would be embarrassing if he lost. If it was just yuanying, then it would be a problem of how many he could deal with at the same time. His nascent soul was different from the rest. It brought him an earth-shattering change in his strength, and it could not be measured by ordinary yuanying. As for the road sign, he never cared about it. In essence, this was also something that could be set up at any time. Its value was not worth mentioning, and it might take some time. However, the upper realm like Juzian would definitely have other arrangements not too far away from Changshuo. It would not be just this one point, and there was no need for him to guard it like a landlord. After all, to him, if there was a real battle, he would not care about this thing at all. He had just entered yuanying not long ago, so he still could not completely understand what was special about breaking through the walls of the positive and negative space. Was it as he passed through? Or did it have to have a certain direction? For example, the positive and negative space barriers had different thickness. Should a cultivator choose to enter and exit from the weakest part of the barrier? And the position to enter the main world? Would he fall into a barren universe where cultivation was extinct if he recklessly passed through it? In any case, the vicinity of Changshuo was a very good crossing point. It was very close to the main world's cultivation world, and it was beneficial for him to understand the specific situation of the main world's cultivation world as well as his own position in the main world. Moreover, the space barrier here was definitely thinner. He wanted to see if he could find any clues left behind by negative space cultivators passing through the space barrier. Unfortunately, after nearly half a year of searching, he found nothing. After careful consideration, he decided to change his direction. Since he was limited by his current level of knowledge and did not understand many things, he should ask someone who understood. He returned to the Changshuo boundary again and found Supreme Kong Ji-yu. Kong Ji-yu was waiting for him with tea. "Young friend, do you have any requests for this meeting? I, Changshuo, have an ancient contract with Juzian. As long as it is within my power, I will not refuse." Kong Ji-yu was still a little embarrassed. Half a year ago, he had returned without any achievements. He had lost a lot of face and was seen by the people of Juzian. Although this person was very sensible and did not say anything, the way he spoke was a little unnatural. He wanted to get rid of this matter as soon as possible. He thought that it was nothing more than asking for some resources. If it was not too much, they would just agree to it. Lu Xiaoyi said courteously, "Junior has come here because I have something to ask Senior. The last time I dealt with those outsiders, it was all because of my poor strategy. My heart was uneasy and I have been brooding over it. I have some doubts and guesses in my heart, but I have little talent and knowledge, so I can't prove myself. Therefore, I came to Senior to clear my doubts." These words made Kong Ji-yu feel very comfortable. It was not that cultivator Chang Shuo was incompetent, but that his idea was not good. He knew that he was being courteous, but it was an excuse that gave him face. As long as everyone took care of each other, they could get along well. Stroking his beard, he smiled. "What, Senior? This desolate place is ignorant and inexperienced. It's not as vast as Juzian. Little friend, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. As long as this old daoist knows, I will tell you everything." Lu Xiaoyi did not hide anything. Some things could not be hidden, especially the perfected cultivator who was close by. Even if he was a perfected cultivator from a small sect, his 1,000 years of experience could not be taken lightly. It was better to pull him in and make him an insider. When he really needed Chang Shuo's help, it would not be too sudden. Junior thinks that the origins of these people are very strange. They seem to be related to a certain sky region. With Lu Xiaoyi's point, Kong Ji-yu immediately became alert. Perfected cultivators had the vision of perfected cultivators and immediately understood that this was most likely not a guess, but a fact. He was a little flustered. "Little friend, you're right. I think that's most likely the case. Do you think we should inform Juzian on the spot? This is a big matter, we must not delay it." Lu Xiaoyi knew what he was worried about and comforted him. "This disciple has already made arrangements. Senior need not worry. I think that if they are really cultivators from the negative space, then what they have shown is probably their sincerity. To the cultivators from the negative space, coming to the main world but occupying such an important place like Changshuo is 100 harms and no benefits to them. Their goal is bigger. Only a region like Juzian can enter their eyes, right? Their goal is more realistic. They will also find a universe that is not so important. A cultivation environment that is not so dense is the way to survive. Is it possible that once they come out, they will clash with the cultivation forces of the main world? That's not realistic. Therefore, Changshuo will definitely not move. At most, it will be a springboard to cross the barrier. Senior, if you pretend to not know, they will also pretend not to know. For such a big matter, it's better to wait for Juzian to make a decision before making a decision. Kong Ji-yu was anxious just now. Now that he thought about it, he knew that this person from Juzian was not lying. The key was, even if he did not do this, what else could he do? At first, he thought that this was a loser who came from some region, but since their roots were from the negative space, they were a huge monster to a small Changshuo. He did not have the heart to fight directly. Little friend, you are right. I will temporarily seal this news and not let it leak out to avoid panic. I wonder if there is anything you do not understand. Now that we are all in the same boat, there is no need to be polite. Great, now we're all in the same boat. It was no wonder that Kong Jiyu lost his composure. This was a confrontation between two worlds and countless universes. If Chang Shuo was caught in the middle, it could not even be called cannon fodder and could be crushed at any time. Lu Xiaoyi finally brought the old true lord into his rhythm. What I want to know is about the specific problem of the negative space transmigration. In other words, if the negative space really broke through from here to the main world, then where is their position in the negative space? Is it close to the road sign? Or can they break through from afar and come to Changshuo? Senior, you are very experienced and have been guarding this place for a long time. I think you should know something about this, right? Kong Jiyu nodded. Of course he was very experienced. In fact, as the highest decision-maker in Changshuo, he also had the ability to enter and exit the negative space at any time. Otherwise, if the cultivators guarding Juzian were in trouble, who would help? Good question. I think, little friend, you are suspicious and have checked the area around the road sign. In the end, you did not find anything, so you came to ask me, right? You might not understand the formation mechanism of the negative space transmigration channel, so you did this. In fact, the road sign is very useful. Without the road sign to provide the correct position, the construction of the transmigration channel has no direction at all. In other words, even if an outsider opens a channel at the position of the road sign, if he cannot receive the information of the road sign, when he comes out of the main world, he will not know which universe he will be in. It is impossible for him to appear near Changshuo. The slightest mistake can lead to a huge error. This is the secret of space. Chapter 1037. Under Lu Xiaoyi's questioning, Kong Jiyu did not hide anything. These things were mainly a matter of realm. Once one reached the realm, with Juzian's background, it would not be a secret. He just said it in advance. The anti-space waymark had two functions. One was to relay, which meant that the ferry would not leave the anti-space. It would obtain the position of the next waymark relay point and continue its journey. The other was to break through the wall and enter the Changshuo sky region of the main world from here. Breaking through the wall was not as easy as one imagined. It was not correct to think that the separation between the positive and negative space was like a paper shell. As long as one broke through the wall near the waymark, one would definitely be able to reach the Changshuo sky region. At least, it was not completely correct. The wall still had a thickness. This thickness could not be seen, touched or measured. It belonged to another category of the space domain. It could be imagined that the process of breaking through the wall required one to pass through a different dimensional space. The function of the waymark was to guide the direction of this different dimensional passage. If the direction was right, one would reach the Changshuo sky region after going out. If the direction was wrong, one might run to another universe. It was completely random because the different dimensional space was the most complicated and profound aspect of the space domain. In other words, not just anyone could break through the wall at the anti-space waymark to reach the Changshuo sky region. What do you mean? Lu Xiaoyi frowned. Things were more complicated than he thought. It involved the space Dao realm that he had not mastered yet. Kong Jiyu said solemnly, the person who came could accurately find the location of the Changshuo sky region of the main world. He must have deciphered the information key in the waymark. Otherwise, it would be impossible for a few people to come every few years and gather near Changshuo. Therefore, this relay point had long been exposed in front of the anti-space cultivators. The only difference was the extent of the exposure. Now it seems that the scope has not spread. Otherwise, it would not be a few people coming, but an overwhelming number. Lu Xiaoyi asked, what's the point of these people staying near Changshuo? In theory, if they placed the gathering point further away, it would be harder to be discovered, right? Kong Jiyu pondered and said, maybe, it would be faster to meet up with their companions here. And it would be more convenient for them to enter at any time. There are many benefits. They have only just arrived, so they should not be too familiar with the environment of the origin world. Therefore, it is not good for them to go too far away. Lu Xiaoyi still could not understand it. How could you not feel a negative space cultivator coming in and out? Can't you feel it? I can't feel it either. Kong Jiyu shrugged. It's normal that I can't feel it. After all, the authority level of the key I obtained was not high enough. You can only go in and out for your own convenience, but you can't observe others. Otherwise, wouldn't every move of Juzian's cultivators be under my, Changshuo's, control? As for why your ex couldn't feel it, or why you didn't feel it, that's your own business. You can go back and ask. There are different levels of authorization for the use of the road signs. Mine is the lowest level. It seems that the level of the Guardians isn't high either. Only the sect's large-scale secret operations can use the highest level of authorization, right? But no matter what, if these people wanted to avoid your eyes and ears, they must have done it when you were in the Longshuo realm of the origin world. You were at the reverse space beacon, so it was impossible for them to hide from you. The two of them came up with a plan in the secret room, and only parted after a long time. Lu Xiaoyi was very curious, and Kong Jiyu was concerned about the safety of the realm, so there was no room for mistakes, so they hit it off immediately. This time, Lu Xiaoyi was sightseeing in the Longshuo realm. He watched the mountains and played with the water, and lingered in the human world. In the end, he took a fancy to a side palace in the realm. On top of the hanging waterfall of Mount Hu, an extremely exquisite building was constructed. The Guardians of Juzian took turns to stay between the reverse space relay point and the origin world's Longshuo realm. Juzian did not have any requirements for this, and it was up to the wishes of the cultivators. Some were willing to stay in the origin world, and some were willing to stay in the reverse space alone. As long as they could ensure the normal operation of the road signs, nothing else mattered. Relatively speaking, there were still more cultivators who were willing to stay in the origin world. Most of the cultivators would stay in the origin world for 9 out of 10 years, and they would occasionally go to the reverse space to take a look. That place was too torturous, and lacked vitality and spiritual vigor. It was not a place to travel freely. Since they spent most of their time in Longshuo, naturally, there would be those who were greedy and wanted to build their own cave abodes. The hanging waterfall of Mount Hu was an extremely famous place in the Longshuo realm. The terrain was beautiful and dangerous, and the spiritual veins gathered at one point. It was of great help to a cultivator's understanding of the 5 elements. The people of Juzian could not stay here forever. They changed every few decades, and this place became the temporary residence of many guardians in Longshuo. It had been renovated and expanded countless times, and it became more exquisite and elegant. More than half of the guardians had stayed here to cultivate their bodies and minds, and they also left behind countless insights. The cultivators who were made of iron and had waterfalls flowing water were also an anomaly. Of course, there were also those who did not care about it, especially the 2 Buddhist sects in Juzian. No monks had ever set foot here. This was a difference in philosophy, and there was no need to elaborate. Lu Xiaoyi also took a liking to this place. Once he came here, he did not leave. There were immortal wines and delicacies, and there were beautiful scenery in front of him. It was also a great joy in life. He stayed like this for a year before he remembered to return to the reverse space to take a look. Generally speaking, the guardians here were like this. In the beginning, they would not return to the reverse space often to fulfill their responsibilities. As they became more familiar with it, the time they took to fulfill their responsibilities became shorter and shorter, and the interval between their responsibilities became longer and longer. The time they spent in the reverse space increased, and this was also human nature. As soon as the ferry entered the reverse space, the road sign was close at hand. However, 2 cultivators came down from the ferry, Lu Xiaoyi and Kong Jiyu. The 2 of them wandered around the road sign, and had an in-depth discussion about the road sign. A few days later, Kong Jiyu took out his own reverse space ferry. This was prepared by Juzian for Changshuo. One was for use, and the other was sealed for emergencies. When I return to Changshuo, I will immediately take your substitute to the Huku Palace. From then on, you will have the illusion that you have been staying in the main world. The staff is reliable, so don't worry. As long as you don't expose yourself, there will be no problem at the Huku Palace. I will personally watch over it. What I am worried about is you. Staying here for a long time is a psychological test for a cultivator. Moreover, you can't move casually. If people know that there is a guardian here, they may not be willing to take the risk. Lu Xiaoyi smiled and said, just think of it as a closed-door training. Anyway, with the spacebooks that Senior gave me, it will be enough for me to study for a long time. Kong Jiyu waved his hand and said, the ancient books of Laojun Temple are not as profound as Juxian's. They are just to pass the time. Little friend Dan, there is one thing you need to understand. Waiting like this will not necessarily give you results. You may not find the slightest abnormality for several years. This is a test of patience and perseverance. You must be mentally prepared. In addition, if you find anything, remember to inform me first. You are alone. If you blindly stick your head out, I can't help you in the main world. Chapter 1038. Lu Xiaoyi began to hide near the anti-space waymark. There were few stars in the antimatter space, but there were still many meteorites. He did not need to find a large meteorite to hide his tracks. 100 feet or even 100 feet would suffice. When one's cultivation reached the level of yuanying, his ability to hide his tracks was much better than before, especially with the special way of forming his nascent soul and his special body. In the void, he had many ways to hide his tracks. Finally, he dispersed his aura to tens of thousands of stars in the anti-space. Even if someone approached, it would be difficult to find a human hiding in the dark meteorite. The reason why he did this was no longer a matter of curiosity, even if he acted very curious on the outside. He had a lot of questions. Why did the sect send him to this place? He had discussed the issue of identity with Qing Xian in depth. They all believed that their undercover identities had been exposed from the beginning. It was only because they were insignificant that they were allowed to be observed by others. Now that they had formed their nascent souls, they could be considered to have achieved something. Then, would the big shots in Juxian still let them go? If they did not let them go and allowed them to stay in Juxian's system, what were the big shots trying to achieve? There must be something wrong with this abnormal situation. He was not a core member, and his identity could not completely guarantee his loyalty. However, he was sent such a mission that might involve the big secret of Juxian. There was only one conclusion. The big shots did this on purpose. They wanted to tell him something through this mission. This was in line with the behavior of cultivators. They did not say anything and let you understand it yourself. What you finally understood had nothing to do with the big shots. It would not affect the state of mind and would not affect the state of mind. Before leaving, Kucha Daoist's pretense could not fool Lu Xiaoyi, who had lived 2 lives. This mission was customized for him. After more than 800 years of cultivation, he understood a truth. Things in cultivation were not one or the other. People treated him as a chess piece because he had shown the outstanding ability of a qualified chess piece in the process. There was no need to resist. He only needed to maintain his own heart in the game of chess. One day, he would jump out of the game and become a chess player from a chess piece. Or, he would put in a bigger and higher level chess piece. Therefore, being a pawn was actually not that unacceptable. What did the big shots want him to know? This was the key to the problem. If you don't look for it, no one will tell you. You are just a failed chess piece, a useless chess piece. In the future, the big shots will no longer consider your usefulness. Perfected monarch Kong Jiyu thought that this must be related to Cheng Shuo, and Lu Xiaoyi did not have the heart to attack him. What did it have to do with Cheng Shuo? He was just a passerby. What was there to be worried about? It was just a passerby. But this definitely had something to do with him, Lu Xiaoyi. In other words, it had something to do with his origin, blue sky of the 5th ring. This was what the boss wanted to tell him. As for what kind of relationship it was, he would have to find it out himself. Burying himself deep into the meteorite was also a unique way of cultivation. For him, who had always been unpredictable, it was a way he had never done before. He was waiting here for those who were trying to sneak into the origin world. Changshuo might not be the only smuggling port, but he could only guard one. He hoped to find out their smuggling method, composition, purpose, and so on. The most important thing was whether there was a mole. Kong Ji-yu once said that he suspected that the secret code of the road sign had been leaked long ago. His judgment was that it was technically cracked. But there was another possibility, and that was that the Juzian people leaked it themselves for a certain purpose. This was the key that Lu Xiaoyi wanted to understand. In the darkness of the meteorite, he continued his exploration of the Tao realm, and did not take another step out of the void. When he forced himself for a certain purpose, for him who was already Yuanying, it was not difficult for him to sit for years or even decade. This could be a long wait. In order to pass the long night, he added a new Tao realm direction to himself, space. This was a very important direction, a hurdle that every Yuanying could not avoid in the Tao realm. You could choose not to use it as your Tao, but you must be proficient in it, because there were too many aspects that could not be separated from the support of space. Escape could not be separated from space. Fighting could not be separated from space. In the main and reverse universe, all kinds of support methods could not be separated from space. In the battle with the monk Yi Hang, he did not only suffer a great loss in the Tao realm, but also in the Tao of space. Otherwise, the monk would not have been able to catch up with him. Otherwise, the monk would not have been able to escape after being cut down. All of these were the power of space. It was a very direct thing that could substantially and rapidly improve the abilities of Yuanying cultivators. After he received the mission from Xiao Yarrow Mountain, he collected a lot of Xiao Yarrow Travel's space theory jade slips, so that he could pass the time in the loneliness of the negative space. Now, he got some from Laojun Temple. Combined with his basic knowledge of the Tao of space when he was in the nascent soul realm, it was enough for him to push his Tao of space to a higher level. He could not wait for the fragment of the Tao of space. That thing could not wait. As the era changed, some innate Taos would collapse at the end, including space. He could not wait for the fragment and not touch the Tao of space for thousands of years. It was too stupid. After so many years, countless powerful cultivators in the cultivation world had always guessed the order of the collapse of the innate Taos. They all had their own opinions and could not come to a consensus. For example, the collapse of Tai Shu was beyond the expectations of the cultivation world. They originally thought that the innate Taos of slaughter and destruction would collapse earlier, so as to deepen the chaos before the era of the universe changed. But there was one thing that everyone agreed on. That was, the last thing that would collapse of the 36 innate Taos would be time. Once time collapsed and the era changed, it would be logical and natural. The connections between the Taos of space and time were very deep, which also meant that the collapse of the Tao of space would also be very late. Lu Xiaoyi could not afford to wait, so he had to make a move now, so that he would not be at a disadvantage in the future battles. The negative space was dark and deep, there was no life. The only thing that had not changed since the beginning of time was the passage of time. Occasionally, one or two void beasts would pass by here in a hurry. With their intelligence, they could not discover the use of the waymark and the human hiding in another meteorite not far away. They only treated this place as a part of the endless dead silence of the universe. There were also 2 times when human cultivators approached, and they came on ferries from Juzian. One was from the Primeval Cave sect, and the other was from the Qingwei Immortal sect. It showed that these 2 sects were different from the other Daoist sects and had the ambition to participate in the war outside the universe. The 2 ferries did not stop at the waymark relay point of Changshuo. Instead, they changed their direction and headed for the next waymark. The cultivators also did not discover Lu Xiaoyi, who was not breathing at all. As long as the waymark was operating normally, nothing else mattered. They could not ask the Guardian to guard the waymark forever, it was too unreasonable. Chapter 1039. Lu Xiaoyi stayed in this state for 5 years, and nothing happened. One day, after 5 years, Supreme Kongu couldn't help but come in to take a look. After carefully observing for a long time, he sighed in the direction of the meteorite where Lu Xiaoyi was. If not for this junior Juzian telling him that he would be hiding here, he wouldn't have been able to discover his aura with just a rough sweep of his divine sense. He knew that he shouldn't disturb him. Since he had done it, he had to do it properly. He couldn't give up halfway. After a short pause, he immediately returned to the origin world. No matter what the reason was, this one-ear's way of doing things was still very admirable. Since he had made a decision, he would do his best. He was a seed of cultivation. Daoist Sand stood on the small planet with a lonely expression. The 11 of them, as Lu Xiaoyi guessed, came from the only cultivation continent in the negative space, Heaven's Choice continent. The negative space was as big as the origin world, but in the cultivation world, there was only one place, and that was their origin world, Heaven's Choice continent. Of course, the size of the Heaven's Choice continent wasn't something the cultivation world of the main world could imagine. It was an extremely large continent that was still slowly expanding. This was also the reason why there were so few stars in the antimatter space. A certain amount of stars were absorbed into the Heaven's Choice continent and became a part of it. Cultivating in Heaven's Choice continent was not any worse than the origin world. This was the concept that was instilled in them from the moment they started cultivating. In fact, to them, the negative space was the true universe, because their continent was bigger and more concentrated. In the eyes of the Heaven's chosen people, the outside world was the anti-space. This was because the cultivation worlds here were all scattered and didn't belong to one another. They were far apart from each other and had to experience endless cosmic phenomena. There were all sorts of natural and man-made dangerous environments. But the collapse of the Great Tao destroyed their self-confidence in the origin world. The collapse of the innate Great Tao, the collapse of Heaven's Choice Continent's Great Tao tablet. Not only that, it also involved the collapse of many innate Great Tao tablet. This was the predicament of Heaven's Choice Continent's cultivators. They weren't like the origin world's cultivators, who relied purely on their understanding of the Tao to enter the Tao. Instead, they relied more on the Tao tablets that were everywhere in Heaven's Choice Continent to comprehend the Tao. Usually, there was no difference, but when the Tao tablets collapsed, they immediately fell into a state of helplessness. What to do? Apart from coming to the origin world and using the origin world's methods to continue their cultivation, there was no better way. So far, only 4 innate Taos had been destroyed. There was still time, but no one knew how long it would take. Cultivators who lacked initiative would place their hopes on the heavens, hoping that their path towards the Great Tao would collapse a little later. But there would always be people who dared to challenge the heavens. They would take the initiative to step out and strive to carve out a new world for themselves in the origin world. After all, such people were in the minority. Not all cultivators dared to face them head-on, but the 11 of them were. Through some obscure channel, they found a way to come to the main world. Everyone took out all their belongings and gathered together a ferry that could travel between the main and reverse universes. Then, they began their adventure. This kind of behavior was not a problem for the high and mighty half-immortals. Half-immortals had their own troubles. They were two different things. Yuanying was the lowest level to be able to escape from the antimatter space. It was the most basic level. So, one step at a time, it was very difficult to walk. Because there was no one to lead the way, it was very difficult for this group of people to come out. No matter if it was breaking out of the confinement of the Heaven's Choice Continent, or finding the weak point of the spatial barrier that led to the origin world, or passing through the barrier that was full of loopholes. In the end, they had to endure the suspicion and mistrust of the natives in the origin world. Their strategy was to first send 2 people out and observe the situation. After a period of stability, they would then pick up the others. The process was very slow, but there was no other way. They had to avoid the attention of the guarding cultivators and familiarize themselves with the experience of passing through the spatial barrier. Also, the small ferry could only carry 2 people at a time. They couldn't afford a bigger ferry. Fortunately, although the whole process was bumpy, they finally got through it without any major mistakes. This rumored Changshuo's waymark relay point was indeed the place with the most lax security in the anti-space. More than 10 years had passed. Their 11-people advance party couldn't be said to have gained a firm foothold in Changshuo, but at least they had gained a foothold for the time being. The next step would be to follow the main group behind them. This was an even more difficult challenge. They were the most elite, and the rest were much weaker. However, In order to survive in this new universe, they couldn't just rely on their outstanding combat abilities. They also needed the assistance of cultivators with all kinds of skills. This was the only way to survive. Yes, they were very ambitious. They didn't want to rely on anyone. Instead, they wanted to find a suitable celestial body in this origin world to establish their own orthodoxy. For a group of cultivators who were only at the Yuaniing level, this kind of thinking was a little unrealistic. Originally, they had made 2 backup plans. If they really couldn't hold on, they would first find a force to rely on. However, in the process of dealing with the Changshuo realm, they saw the hope of surviving independently. Even a realm with the strength of Changshuo could survive without any worries in the origin world's cultivation world. Why couldn't they? This was the reason why they had been loitering around Changshuo, probing back and forth without any malicious intent. Of course, they didn't plan to do anything to Changshuo. This was a rational analysis, and it was also their usual style of doing things. They could easily attract the revenge of the origin world's cultivators. Wouldn't it be better to find a quieter cultivation celestial body? They quietly waited for the collapse of the Great Tao. Right now, judging by the time, their main group should have arrived at the location of the anti-space beacon, right? They could only guess. Yuaniing level cultivators couldn't send messages across the main and reverse universes. In fact, true monarchs couldn't either. They could only follow the plan. Senior Marshal Brother Third De, the ferry is ready. We can set off at any time. It's just that the number of people is really awkward. It can only carry 2 people at a time. Excluding the person controlling it, it can only carry 1 person at a time. How long will it take? We can't even bear the energy consumption. A companion came over and complained in a low voice. Third De comforted him, don't worry. When they come over, they should have already prepared a medium-sized ferry, right? After more than 10 years, they should have sold all their belongings. It should be enough. Also, have you found out whether the cultivator guarding the anti-space beacon is at the mouth of the Huku realm? That cultivator smiled. Don't worry, Senior Marshal Brother. How could I forget such an important matter? He's still at the Huku Palace. 3 years ago, he went to the anti-space once. I estimate that the next time he goes there, it will take at least 7 or 8 years. These Changshuo cultivators are very lazy. They don't have any sense of responsibility. Chapter 1040. Don't be careless. Send a few brothers to guard the airspace outside Changshuo. If he has the intention to go to the anti-space, stop him. Try to be peaceful and don't make a move. They had been wandering around Changshuo all these years, so they were not completely unaware of the personnel arrangement of Larujun Temple. Although they did not know that the guarding cultivators were not from Larujun Temple, they knew that cultivators who accepted such missions liked to stay in Huku Palace. As long as they kept a close eye on him, they would be able to avoid being discovered. After making the arrangements, Third De sat on the ferry and began to prepare to enter the anti-space. It took no less than 4 hours for the spatial passage to fully open. This time was much slower than Lu Xiaoyi's anti-space raft. Firstly, their financial resources were only able to obtain a raft of this quality. Secondly, due to the limitations of small rafts, it couldn't be compared to medium and large rafts. In terms of energy concentration, it was like heaven and earth. A truly powerful forces heavy weapon, a large-scale floating raft used to conquer the universe, opened a spatial passage in the span of a breath. After entering the anti-space, it was still eternal darkness and coldness. There were no signs of any living creatures. This was within Third De's expectations. After circling a few times and confirming that there were no abnormalities, they chose a direction and began to fly towards the depths. The rendezvous point they had agreed on was still a few days away. With a familiar brother leading the way, there would not be any mistakes. A few days later, a slightly larger meteorite appeared in their line of sight. They sent out a message from afar, but there was no response. They knew that the person had not arrived yet, so they were not anxious. They sat cross-legged on the meteorite and waited. The void of the universe was ethereal and boundless. Even for powerful cultivators, it was difficult to achieve a seamless connection in time. Most of the time, all they could do was wait and neutralize the countless strange changes that would affect their journey. Their advance party actually had a total of 13 people. 11 of them had transmigrated to the origin world, and 2 of them had returned to Heaven's choice to lead the way. They did not need to worry about getting lost. What they needed to worry about were some other reasons, man-made reasons. In the Heaven's Choice mainland, ever since the collapse of the Great Tao, people's thoughts changed and the atmosphere of cultivation underwent a subtle change. It was something that couldn't be described, something that couldn't be seen or touched. It couldn't even be accurately described, but it could be felt. It was a kind of uneasiness that was fermenting. Different realms would have different sources of uneasiness. People at their level wouldn't know what concerns the powerful half-immortals had. However, the true monarch's uneasiness came from the conflict between the Tao realms of the main and reverse worlds. This kind of conflict originally existed, but it became sharper because of the changes in the Tao. To put it simply, a small boat was easy to turn around, but a large boat was difficult to turn around. To continue relying on the Great Tao tablet system of the Heaven's Choice continent or to go to the origin world and start all over again was an extremely difficult choice. In reality, most of the monarchs chose to remain still. The Yuanying were the exact opposite. They were in the initial stages of establishing their own Tao realm system. Everything had just started and hadn't matured yet. Therefore, the Yuanying group was the group that desired to go to the origin world the most. Excluding the majority of those whose Tao hadn't collapsed yet, those who didn't want to advance, those who were hesitant, those who were watching from the sidelines, and so on, those who truly dared to walk out without hesitation were actually very few. The 3 virtues were one of them. There had to be a first batch to eat crabs. They might fail, but if they succeeded, they would have a much wider future. They were able to find the path to the origin world because they used some hidden channels that weren't suitable for public use. They couldn't be seen in public and also brought about some troubles. These connections that couldn't be cut off formed the various shapes and sizes of the cultivation world. 2 years later, a group of mid-sized floating rafts approached the falling star. After successfully communicating with them, a few Yuanying swayed out from the group and headed straight for the 3 virtues. Among them, 2 of them were the brothers that he sent back to lead the way. Everything seemed normal, but why are there so many people? Aren't there only cultivators from our Chu country? The 3 virtues was a little puzzled. One of the cultivators said bitterly, "The news has been leaked. Fortunately, the range isn't large. There are cultivators from the nearby Stone country and Linchuan country who want to join us. Senior brother, you know that it isn't easy to reject them. If we force them, there will inevitably be disputes and no one will be able to leave." However, they brought a mid-sized anti-space raft. As long as we embed the key we obtained, we can send a lot of people over at once. The 3 virtues asked, "You didn't manage to get a raft?" That cultivator shook his head. The price of the rafts in the Heaven's Choice continent has increased again. Even if we sell everything we have, we won't be able to afford it. The 3 virtues sighed. Since things had already come to this, there was no point in blaming them. Everyone was going to the origin world to seek the Tao. Since they were destined to walk on the same path, it was unrealistic to reject them now. How many people are there in total? 22 Yuanying and 100 Jin Dan. The 3 virtues clenched his teeth. There were too many people. They had to split up several times to pass through the space barrier. The mid-sized raft would cause a lot of commotion when passing through the space passage. The original plan was to have only the people from their Chu country to pass through the space passage in one go. After that, regardless of whether the origin world's Changshuo had discovered them or not, everyone would leave Changshuo and look for a new world. Now, it seemed that they would have to take some risks. The cultivator's face was filled with hope. "Senior brother 3 virtues, have you found a reliable place to stay in the origin world these years?" The 3 virtues shook his head. "The origin world is too big and the celestial bodies are too scattered. It is far beyond our imagination. These years, We have flown for several years at the furthest, but we haven't found a suitable celestial body. According to the people of Changshuo, there are very few celestial bodies that can be cultivated in this universe. Therefore, we still have to find one. He didn't say anything more. So what if they really found one? Since they could cultivate, there would be no lack of native cultivators on the celestial bodies. There would be conflicts. Who would be willing to let a group of outsiders occupy their precious resources? To fight or not to fight was the problem. If they fought, they didn't even have a true monarch. It was definitely impossible for them to enter the cultivation upper realm. They couldn't even enter the heaven and earth great membrane. If they didn't fight, they could only find a small or medium cultivation world. After going through so much trouble to come here, they changed from an environment rich in spiritual vigor to an inferior cultivation environment. They were unwilling to accept this. This was a trade-off. They might get a more comprehensive Tao realm environment, but they would lose the stable living conditions. To these Yuanying, it might not be too important, but to those Jindan disciples who followed them, it was a little cruel. He was a little regretful. He should have rejected these Jindan disciples from following them. He still thought too simply of the complexity of the problem. After all, the origin world and the heaven's choice continent were different. If you didn't experience these strange places, you would never know the difficulties. Get ready. It's useless to say anything more. Divide yourselves into groups and order yourselves. Don't fight over who goes first and who goes last. We're all strangers in a foreign land, so we should help each other. Chapter 1041. They were all people who held the great Tao of the main world in their hearts. Their common ideals caused them to avoid the usual disputes between cultivators. Not long after, everyone boarded a few ferries and moved forward. One of them was the mid-sized reverse space ferry controlled by Sander. On it were dozens of stowaways from the first round. His gaze swept across the cultivators on the ferries. There were Yuanying, Jindan disciples, and among them were his grandchildren. This was the struggle of the people chosen by the heavens. The changes in the great Tao didn't only change in the Tao realm, but also in the human heart. Who didn't want to find their place in the changing of the epoch? In the darkness, the ferries approached the road sign, but Sander's heart sank. Near the road sign, there were dozens of figures quietly floating there. They looked like they were welcoming them, but he knew that no one here welcomed them. After some communication, the Yuanying in the ferries all moved out, leaving behind a few guards to guard the ferries, especially the reverse space ferry that was leaning against the broken wall. The others followed him to welcome them. Senior Marshal Brother Huang, may I know why you are here? The universe is vast, and the last time we met was several decades ago. Senior Marshal Brother Huang is still the same, but I am a little old. His attempt to curry favor didn't attract any goodwill from the other party. As cultivators from different countries in the Heaven's Choice continent, the difference in strength between both parties wasn't small. They were just casual acquaintances. If it involved non-core issues, they might be able to talk, but if they really met with trouble, the so-called fate of meeting a few times was nothing. The cultivator surnamed Huang frowned. Senior Marshal Brother Sander, I didn't expect that the one who stole the secret of the road sign was actually someone from Chu country. Crossing the space barrier so brazenly, the ignorant are truly fearless. You sure have guts. Sander could tell that he didn't come with good intentions, but he couldn't flare up. Although he had more people on his side, the real experts were all in the main world. The remaining people were mostly Yuanying with average battle strength, not to mention the 100 Jindan disciples. To them, if they could solve a problem through negotiation, they had to talk in a soft voice. This wasn't the environment of the Heaven's Choice continent where they could fight just because of a disagreement. Senior Marshal Brother Huang might not know, but our ferries and keys were bought from a third party. We don't know the source, and we didn't directly take it, so how can it be called stealing? The path to the origin world was the wish of many Heaven's Choice cultivators, but they couldn't do anything about it. There are a lot of real and fake deals like this, and we are just one of the luckier ones. Senior Brother Huang claims that the secret key is from your country, I dare not doubt it. However, we have the right to move freely. Senior brother, please give us a way out on account that we are all members of the Heaven's Choice lineage. Also, please give us some face when we meet in the future. Senior brother Huang, however, remained unmoved. He wouldn't reveal his true intentions, but these people had brazenly left the Changshiro space. Moreover, they had brought along their families, young and old. This had a huge impact on their Changshiro space's exit. If the origin world's great powers were to pay attention to this place, wouldn't they lose their only way out? It was impossible to find out how the news and the secret key had been leaked, but they had to block the leak to prevent it from happening. Heaven's Chosen blocked Heaven's Chosen's path, but left his master to the side. We have no intention of making things difficult for you. However, there is one thing: this path is blocked. It's not that we are unreasonable, but the key to this location is in our hands. Now that I have changed the key, do you think you will be able to continue crossing to the Changshiro region? Senior brother Huang took out an item and stuck it on the road sign. After making some adjustments, he gestured with his hand. Third Da took out his own small floating raft and activated the spatial passage to gather energy. In the end, he discovered that if he could still pass through the spatial barrier, he might not be able to do so for the rest of his life. Because he had lost the correct dimensional coordinates, he couldn't find the shortest passage. His face turned ashen, because this meant that Daoist Huang's side might really be the side that had the key to this location. Their information had all been leaked from an unknown place through a crooked channel. He had thought of many reasons for their failure, but most of them were about how the origin world's cultivators would make things difficult for them. However, he had never thought that the reason for their failure would be from the Heaven's Choice continent. We bought the information for everyone's future, and we didn't have any intention of offending your country. We didn't even know that the key came from your country's upper echelons. Since we have already come to this point, on account of the fact that we are from the same continent, can you let us go? We are willing to pay the price for this. This was a bit of a kowtow, but Third Da had no other choice. Even though he knew that the possibility was very small, he still had to give it a try. It was obvious that Daoist Huang's group had followed them here. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to explain why they would appear here so coincidentally. They were too greedy. They had already sent out more than 10 people, yet they still felt that it wasn't enough and wanted to bring out more. Being discovered by others was a very normal result. The only thing Third Da felt strange about was, why did senior brother Huang's group block them? What did it have to do with them? Leaving the Heaven's Choice continent would lessen the burden of the continent. Entering the origin world also had nothing to do with them. The ones who should be worried should be the origin world's cultivators, right? Senior brother Huang was very resolute. This path is blocked. It's not a matter of favoritism. Third Da, you have also seen it. As long as I don't change the key back, you won't be able to pass through here no matter what. Let's go. We won't pursue the matter of the people who passed through, but it's impossible for the remaining people. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for being too greedy. It's already over, so why did you come back? Third Da finally confirmed. Senior brother, you won't even give us a chance. Senior brother Huang sneered. What? You want to snatch it? Ian, I can also tell you that I won't destroy this thing because I still need to use it to restore the original key. If you think you have the ability, why don't you give it a try? Let me see, after all these years, how much progress have the cultivators of Chu country made? The cultivators beside Third Da were somewhat eager to give it a try, but Third Da was very clear in his heart that there was no hope. He had 23 Yuanying on his side, and their strength was uneven. Although the other side only had 12 people, they were all from Heaven's Choice country, Wu Marquis. Heaven's Choice country was a country guarded by half-immortals. It couldn't be compared to a small country like theirs, where the Yuanying ruled. Moreover, this wasn't a simple matter of fighting. They had to snatch the key, and it would be best if they could kill them to keep their mouths shut. Otherwise, the majority of Chu country's cultivators who remained in Heaven's Choice country would be out of luck. This was a mission that simply couldn't be completed. Should they just go back like this? His heart was truly unwilling. Just as he was hesitating, a cultivator behind him shouted, "Fight or not, retreat or not retreat. We came out to seek the great Tao with the heart of certain death. What is there to hesitate about? It's better to fight a battle than to regret it later. For this trip, I pawned off all my wealth, and it wasn't easy for me to gather enough resources to buy this anti-space raft. Could it be that I came here just to go around in circles in the universe?" The one who spoke was a Yuanying from Linchuan country. He was a true desperado. Since he had already come this far, how could he be willing to retreat? Of course, he believed in the principle of truth in the fist. Together with a few other cultivators from Stone Country and Linchuan Country, he rushed forward and directly started the battle. Chapter 1042. When Linchuan and Stone Country Yuanying started fighting, there were naturally cultivators from Chu Country who couldn't hold back. Seeing that the fight had turned into a mess, Third De had no choice but to let everyone join the fight. They couldn't possibly let some people fight while others watched. They couldn't even reach left and right. Daoist Huang smiled coldly. He knew that this would be the result. They were actually really worried that these people would meekly submit and follow them back with their interference. If they really went back, would they be able to watch them every day? Their legs were on these people's bodies, who knew when they would find a chance to run out again. The first time was unfamiliar, the second time was familiar, it was even harder to deal with. They might as well settle it once and for all in the universe. When they took the initiative to attack, they always felt like they were bullying others and being unreasonable. Now that the other party had made a move, it was like knocking on a pillow while sleeping. It couldn't be any better. When the battle started, Third De's group had a huge advantage. After all, they had nearly double the number advantage, so they fought with great vigor. They knew each other's backgrounds and came from Heaven's Choice continent, so they had a deep understanding of each other. Therefore, it was hard to determine the victor in a short period of time, especially killing them. But in less than a moment, the situation took a turn. Several Yuanying from Third De's side were killed. Wu Hu Country's Yuanying's advantage in foundation allowed them to slowly show their might after withstanding the opponent's surge. The worst thing was that the Three Virtues side couldn't judge the battle in advance. They even brought a few ferries with them, and on the ferries were some Jindan disciples who were too weak to stand up to a gust of wind. This became the weakness that they were afraid of, and Daoist Huang's group often used this weakness. In a real battle, they should leave the Jindan and ferries far away and fight to the death. But now, it wasn't easy to take care of both sides. They were passive everywhere, and the situation was quickly reversed. Third De's heart was in great pain. He knew that he wasn't a good leader. When there wasn't a battle, he could still consider everything. But once the battle started, his hesitation brought about irreparable losses to the entire group. This loss was still increasing. What to do? They couldn't go to the origin world. Their companions fell one by one. The outcome of those Jindan was self-evident. The worst thing was that when the so-called fugitives from Linchuan and Stone Country saw that the situation was hopeless, they actually left without a care. Such despicableness had pushed Chu Nation's cultivators into the abyss. They could not run. There were still nearly 100 Jindan disciples. Those were their direct disciples, the most precious future of Chu Country. The Three Virtues were about to fall into despair. It seemed that there was no other way except to fight to the death. He had thought about where he and his like-minded brothers would end up. He had thought about it for decades, but he had never thought that their final destination would not be out of the antimatter space. Born here, raised here, cultivated here, and died here. Could that be considered as having no regrets? Unlike the Yuanying from Linchuan and Stone Kingdom, these Yuanying from Chu Kingdom did not retreat. Even the Yuanying guarding the ferries joined in the battle. They knew very well that there was no point in running away. If they could not get out of the negative space, the only way to return was through fate. After doing such a big thing, they could not escape death. The tree has fallen, but the vines are still there. Well, they were brothers, and they came out with the purpose of fighting for their future. It was not bad to die together. As for their wishes, There were still 10 brothers left in the outside world to fulfill them. Hopefully, they would be smart enough to not die together with Daoist Huang's group if they chased after them. His heart was clear, and the burden was removed. He was able to use his techniques with ease. After fighting for a while, it seemed that there were no more losses to his companions. This was a bit strange. The 3 virtues finally had the mood and energy to make an overall judgment of the situation. He was the initiator of this operation to get out of the negative space, and he was the leader. He was usually generous and helpful to others, and he was very popular. Therefore, everyone was willing to respect him as the leader. However, he was not a good battlefield commander. His fighting spirit was unstable, and the battle was rushed, resulting in casualties. In just a few short moments, 5 of the 16 Yuanying from Chu country had died in this empty universe. However, he only wanted to fight with his life on the line, and there was nothing good about his overall strategy. It was not that he did not know himself, but that he was good at controlling the overall situation, and was good at the Tao of space. When it came to the real battle, there were other people to organize it. However, those few strong men had stayed in the negative space and did not come over. He had placed his main force in the wrong place. Looking around with his divine sense, he felt that something was strange. Once a Yuanying battle began, the range would be very wide. If they did not form a formation, each person would have their own opponents, and each person would have their own movements. However, it was still within the range of his divine sense. What he felt strange about was that, including himself, 5 people had died, but there were still 12 people left. When facing the 12 people, they were evenly matched, but now that he counted, Daoist Huang's group only had 7 people left. Where did the other 5 go? Could it be that they went to chase after Lin Chuan and Stone Country's Yuanying? Wasn't that too arrogant? Of course, 7 out of 12 would be able to hold on for the time being, but the question was, who was the extra one? He felt strange, but there was someone even stranger than him on the battlefield. It was Daoist Huang. Their battle strategy did not include chasing after people who escaped. It was normal for one of their companions to fight a little further away, but it was very strange for all 5 of them to disappear after fighting for a while. He was not worried about any accidents, because during this period of time, there were only 5 cases of Tao phenomenon disappearance, and they were all caused by Chu country's Yuanying. He saw this very clearly. The battlefield was still very chaotic. He could distinguish the approximate location with his divine sense, but he could not distinguish them one by one. This was the limitation of his divine sense. Once the strange change appeared, it suddenly sped up. There was no Tao phenomenon disappearance, but Third Virtue and Daoist Huang could clearly feel that the number of cultivators on the battlefield was still inexplicably decreasing. There were 19 people on both sides, but soon it became 18, 17, 15 people. Something strange had sneaked in. When there were only 15 people left, the battlefield became spacious and clear. As the divine sense intertwined, there would always be cultivators who saw the situation with their own eyes gathering what they saw. Thus, one was surprised, and the other was happy. Third Virtue was happy because he did not know where the helper came from. Daoist Huang felt that a great disaster was about to befall him, because this troublemaker who had sneaked in did not cause Tao phenomenon disappearance even after killing people. When there were only 3 people left in Daoist Huang's group, they had no choice but to gather together. Facing the enemy's encirclement of more than 10 people, they were very embarrassed. This was no longer a question of whether they could hold on, but Third Virtue's group was afraid that he would destroy the secret key in desperation, so they did not dare to kill him. It was already very difficult to escape. When a figure appeared in the encirclement, all the cultivators unconsciously stopped what they were doing. That was the respect for the strong, the belief in strength. In the cultivation world, this was the truth. Daoist Huang's group of 12 people, 9 of them were killed by this person, and he was the only master here. No one would say that, but no one would not think that. Chapter 1043. Lu Xiaoyi entered the battle circle, strolling leisurely as he stared at Daoist Huang. The 2 of you are fighting here. Have you forgotten the owner of this place? With one sentence, all the cultivators present understood. This was the cultivator guarding the Changshuo space waymark. Owner. What a ridiculous title. This was the antimaterial space, not the main world. How could there be a main world cultivator as the owner? But this was the cultivation world. The one with the bigger fist was the owner. To the two groups, alerting the owner of the waymark was a very bad thing, especially such a powerful owner. Daoist Huang was still struggling. Fellow Daoist, why did you attack my Wuhu country? We are also controlling and sealing the space transition portal, which is beneficial to the main world. Lu Xiaoyi frowned. Speak carefully. If you continue to talk nonsense, I'm afraid you don't even have the qualifications to speak. Sealing the portal? So consider it, it's nothing more than controlling others for your own convenience. You are afraid that they are too ostentatious and attract the attention of the main world, which will cut off your own portal. He stretched out his hand. Give me the key. You dare to privately change the key, you really don't know what death is. If you ruin my Juxian's important matter, even 10 of your lives won't be enough to fill it. Daoist Huang was very bitter. The situation was forced, strength, the owner. The key was that their key was indeed someone else's. This action was the owner's to recover the original object, not to plunder. Under many influences, he could not help but take out the key and hand it over. He thought in his heart, anyway, my Wuhu country still has this thing. It's not considered a leak, and it's not considered a loss. But he did not expect that the so-called owner in front of him was actually a guy with extremely low authority. He was trying to gain something without risking anything. Lu Xiaoyi did not dare to immediately restore the waymark because he was not familiar with this thing. He needed to try it out. If he tried it now, he would immediately show his cowardice. He had to maintain the posture of an expert. Can you tell me the reason? Taoist Huang understood what he meant. There were countless tacit agreements in the world of cultivation, including the one now. If Taoist Juxian was willing to tell them the secret behind his back, he would let them live. If he insisted on keeping it a secret, the three of them would have to break out of the encirclement of the 10 people. After weighing the pros and cons, Daoist Huang clenched his teeth. The responsibility lies on my shoulders. Forgive me for not being able to speak my mind. Lu Xiaoyi nodded and retreated to the periphery. Then, the 11 Yuanying from Chu country began their final hunt. No matter how tolerant the three virtues were, they knew that the current situation was a situation where they would not rest until one of them was dead. Letting the three of them leave would be irresponsible to their Heaven's Choice song. Only by wiping out all three of them and not letting a single one of them escape was the correct decision. In an instant, the battle started again. This time, it was 4 people surrounding one person. No matter how powerful Wu Hu's inheritance was, it was not strong enough to cause a qualitative change, not to mention that there was a seemingly leisurely but actually ruthless fellow outside. Even though he wasn't making a move right now, as long as the three of them tried to escape, he would definitely make a move. There was no way out, only a life and death struggle. Lu Xiaoyi looked on coldly from the side. Even though the three virtues group of cultivators were dying under Daoist Huang's group, he did not have the slightest intention of making a move. Their problem was that he had already helped to kill 9 out of the 12 people. How could he continue to help? Helping here and there, the karma had already stained his body, but this group of people was not affected at all. There had to be blood. The remaining 3 people had to be killed by the 3 virtues. Only then would there be a basis for him to find out what they had in common. This battle, to him, was a battle that was not worth mentioning. With his explosive strength, if he mixed in with the 3 virtues to kill, no one would be able to block his sharpness. It was not that he wanted to act weak, but if he did not want to let a single one of the 12 people go, then he had to be a bit more ruthless in the early stages. Otherwise, with the 10 of them escaping in different directions, even if the entire inverse space was chasing after him, how would he be able to protect himself? He did not know how long he would have to stay here, so he could not be remembered by others and become the target of the inverse space's large powers. In the battle, he used a brand new skill for the first time. It was the combination of merit and Great Void's Tao realm. While it increased the power of the flying sword to a certain extent, it also had a heaven-defying function in the eyes of others, obliterating Tao phenomenon. To Lu Xiaoyi, who had carved sneak attacks into his bones, his powerful explosive strength and extremely talented tactical arrangements made his sneak attacks especially fierce. But there was a problem that could not be solved, which was that he could only sneak attack one person. Because there was obliterating Tao phenomenon, after one person, he would definitely be noticed, and there was no solution. This problem began to change after he started to come into contact with Merit and Great Void's Tao realm, and after decades of tireless effort, he formed a set of methods. The method was to use the Tao realm of Merit to entrust the death of the opponent to the next life, and then use the Great Void's reality to simulate the world of the next life. In other words, the collapse of energy caused by obliterating Tao phenomenon still existed, but the method was changed, and it became the collapse of Merit, and then the Great Void's Tao realm. This was not completely obliterating Tao phenomenon. If there was a Daoist who was proficient in Merit and Great Void here, his trick would still be seen through. The problem was, there was no monk here, and no Daoist who was proficient in the Great Void's Tao realm. After Third Virtue's group finally killed Daoist Huang and the other two, they lost another 2 people. This kind of battle strength really made people speechless. Although there was a factor of mutual destruction, 11 people against 3 still fought to this extent. Third Virtue awkwardly asked his brothers to disperse, clean up the battlefield, and destroy the corpse. He was also afraid that the guarding cultivator in front of him would misunderstand. Up until now, he still did not know the origin of this Daoist. He did not look like a Daoist of Lord Chang Shuro's Daoist lineage, but he had shown his face during the expulsion of the main world's asteroid. Now, he was very glad that he had acted humble back then, otherwise, those so-called experts he left behind in the main world would also not be able to resist this person's attack. Although he could not determine the origin of this person, he could vaguely feel that this person did not seem to have any evil intentions towards them, which meant that they might still have a chance. He walked forward alone and introduced himself cautiously, Anti-Space Heaven's Choice Continents Chu Country Sanda. This time, I want to pass through the main world because of the collapse of the Great Tao, and the people's hearts are in chaos. I only want to walk on my own path of Tao, and I have no desire to win, nor have I been ordered by anyone, and I have a hidden agenda. The road sign is guarded by fellow Daoist, and passing through without notice is an original sin. My ability is limited, and there is nothing I can do. Fellow Daoist, saving me is equivalent to a disaster, and you are also in charge of the key to the road sign. As for where we go, it is up to you to decide. I just want to know, if there is really a way to pass through the main world, what do we have to pay? Lu Xiaoyi came back to his senses from studying the key. You don't have to pay anything. I'm not guarding this place to collect toll fees, but there is one thing, I ask, and you answer. Honesty is the best reward. Chapter 1044. I'll tell you everything I know, Sanda said solemnly. Lu Xiaoyi nodded. The Origin world welcomes friends from all over the world. I'm not qualified to say this, but I think this is the attitude of most cultivators in the Origin world, just like how we can frequently travel to and from the antimaterial space. Power is mutual. The reason why you're not used to traveling to and from the Origin world is because you haven't developed such a habit. Flying in the Origin world will take a longer detour, the cosmic phenomena are more dangerous, and the relationship between cultivation domains is more complicated. This is partly because of us, but it's also partly because of you. What I said is true, right? Sanda nodded. In fact, there was a big truth that this Daoist didn't say, which was that the cultivation power of the Origin world was stronger and more aggressive. Lu Xiaoyi continued, I've never heard of any universe or domain that has a restriction that prohibits anti-space cultivators from entering the Origin world. Since you don't take the initiative, you can't blame others for being restricted by others when using the spatial mark. You have to pay the price for being isolated. This is also the principle of the cultivation world in the universe. Sanda nodded bitterly. What he said was the truth, but the difficulties in it were not enough for outsiders to know. There were many practical reasons. If they didn't isolate themselves, Would they still be heaven's choice? Perhaps they would have already become a domain in the origin world. Of course, to achieve this, not only did it require the efforts of countless generations of people, but it also required a more open mind. How could it be easy? Perhaps it could be changed by the collapse of the great Tao? Fellow Daoist, you're right. The people of heaven's choice are stubborn and don't dare to go out of the space, so they can't blame anyone for their current predicament. Lu Xiaoyi went straight to the point. Can you let me take a look at your anti-space raft? I'd like to see what kind of authority the key you bought from heaven's choice is. My Juzian's anti-space spatial mark was actually reduced to information that can be bought and sold by heaven's choice. It's really surprising. Sander took out his small anti-space raft without hesitation and handed it over to this powerful and unfathomable Daoist. This was a bet. After the other party obtained the ferry, it was possible that they would take it for themselves. After all, this thing was extraordinarily precious. Even a small country like Chu country could only afford to buy this ferry with the entire country's resources. They could not even gather the resources for a second ferry. However, he was still willing to take the risk, not only because of the Daoist's strength, but also because of the convincing aura he naturally exuded. If he took it out, they might still have a chance to cross to the main world. If he didn't take it out, without the guidance of the road sign, what was the point of keeping the raft? Lu Xiaoyi sat down in the cabin of the raft and carefully felt it. He felt very uncomfortable. Among the three powers, Priest Huang's key was the most powerful one. Not only could it guide the direction of the negative space, it also had the right to change the navigation mark. Secondly, Third De had bought a complete set of the ferry raft with the key. He didn't have the right to modify it, but he had the right to block the perception of other users. In other words, Third De might not know that Third De was using this set of coordinates, but Third De would definitely know that Third De was using this set of coordinate. The worst one was his raft, which was the lowest level of authority among all the navigation marks. He was the guardian cultivator of Juzian, so he was using it as a maintenance worker. But he also had advantages. For example, he had the maintenance manual of the road sign provided by the sect. If he combined the manual with the three powers of the key and studied it carefully, he might be able to completely solve the mystery of the navigation mark's authority. At that time, he would have to get himself the most powerful one. The key was the key of the raft, the road sign was the lock. Under normal circumstances, even if a cultivator had such a negative space raft, he wouldn't be able to solve the secret of the key. Because he had no clue, because there were countless answers, just like a multivariate equation, because there were too many variables and unknowns, he couldn't solve them. But now, he had three multivariate equations. His was the one with the lowest authority, Third De's was the one with the middle authority, and Priest Huang's was the one with the highest authority. He might even have a fourth multivariate equation, such as the one with the empty valley. With so many prerequisites, it didn't seem difficult to find the mystery of the key to the road sign. I need to borrow your raft for a while to determine whether the key on it was copied or leaked by Juzian. During this period, you can use your medium-sized raft to transport people. Is there a problem? This was just an excuse. In fact, Lu Xiaoyi was very sure that this couldn't be the key to crack it. It could only be deliberately leaked by someone with ulterior motives. But this was Juzian's dirty linen, and it couldn't be made public. Besides, if Third De and the others knew about it, it wouldn't do them any good. Third De finally let out a sigh of relief. It wasn't easy to see the light at the end of the tunnel, but he still had to be careful. My fellow cultivator, so many of us are going to the airspace of Changshuo. Will it cause any misunderstandings? Lu Xiaoyi said generously, well, I'll send you off and say hello to Laojun Temple. Third De went to organize people to cross over to the origin world. Lu Xiaoyi used Third De's small raft to come to Changshuo. After communicating with Kong Jiyu, the tolerant people of Changshuo didn't make things difficult for this group of people. It was fine as long as they didn't stay in the vicinity of Changshuo. While he was at it, he borrowed Kong Gu's reverse space raft and returned to the reverse space navigation mark. After trying it out, he found that his raft really didn't have the lowest authority, because Kongu's was even lower than his. With 4 different keys, he could try to crack the navigation mark. When Third De sent everyone to the origin world, it was already several hours later. Lu Xiaoyi also finished his research and personally returned the raft. Third De was very embarrassed. He wanted to give this thing away, but he really couldn't. This was his only way to return to Heaven's Choice Continent, and he didn't know when he could use it. Without the help of my fellow cultivator, Chu country's cultivators would have been completely wiped out. I can't repay your kindness. My fellow cultivator's skills are unparalleled, and your future is limitless. It's not something that I can compare to. Third De doesn't make empty promises here. Thinking about it, the only thing that can help you is everything related to Heaven's Choice Continent. Third De's eyes flashed with a strange light as he handed over a few things. This is everything related to Heaven's Choice Continent. Its location, how to enter and exit, how to prove your identity, it's all here. Tens of thousands of years ago, Heaven's Choice Continent was still a forbidden area for most of the cultivators in the origin world. Those who weren't half immortal couldn't enter. Tens of thousands of years ago, true monarchs could enter and exit freely. Now, even us Yuanian can fulfill our lifelong wish as long as we are willing to think of a way. Thinking about it, it's all because of the collapse of the Great Tao and the Heavenly Tao. Heaven's Choice Continent is a good place to travel and broaden your horizons. If my fellow cultivator has the mood, you can go and take a look. The sky is high and the universe is deep. Cultivation is boundless. Take care, may we meet again. Chapter 1045. Sander led his brothers and disciples from Chu country to search for a new world. He didn't make any requests to Lu Xiaoyi. In fact, Lu Xiaoyi didn't have the ability to find a place for them to return to. He was still far from being able to point his finger at other people's cultivation path. He didn't have a suitable place to settle these people down, and he couldn't do so. They had to walk their own path, whether it was good or bad. They should have thought about these problems when they rushed into the main world. They didn't need to be taught. After sending off Sander and the others, Lu Xiaoyi returned to the waymark. At this time, he had completely grasped the basic theory of the Changshuo waymark. With his strict logical thinking ability, sufficient keys, and the convenience of being a waymark keeper, but what he didn't know was whether the Changshuo waymark and the other waymarks were arranged according to a set of theories or were they different. This needed to be verified one by one in the future. Because the people of Chu country were beside them, it wasn't easy for them to do anything. Now that they were alone, of course, he could do whatever he wanted. He compared the analyzed keys with the waymarks one by one and figured out the differences between them. This was also a kind of ability that could be used at a critical moment. The lowest authority of the Empty Valley could only enter and exit the main and reverse worlds at the Changshuo waymark, but he couldn't use it to travel long distances in the reverse space. This was because his ferry couldn't sense any waymark relay points other than Changshuo. Lu Xiaoyi's second lowest authority allowed him to freely enter and exit the main and reverse worlds at the waymark. He could also sense the information of the waymark in the direction of Juzian. In other words, he could now accurately find the way to Juzian in the reverse space, but he couldn't find any other places. The middle-level authority of Sander allowed him to enter and exit the main world of Changshuo without leaving any traces on the waymark. Of course, this avoid was for people with lower authority than him. There were only 2 waymarks. One was in Changshuo, and the other was in an unknown place far away. Sander told him that it was the Heaven's Choice Continent. With Daoist Huang's higher authority, he could change the direction of the spatial mark to a certain extent, mainly for those with lower authority than him. In addition, when he used Daoist Huang's secret key, he could feel that with the spatial mark as the center, there was a location that was similar to the other location of the 3 virtues, and that was the Heaven's Choice Continent. Lu Xiaoyi immediately realized that there must be a key with a higher authority. Otherwise, if the people from Juzian wanted to travel a long distance through the relay point, how could they not sense the other relay points here? He could now switch back and forth between the 4 ready-made key authority levels, but that was not enough. What he wanted to do was to derive a higher level of authority, or even the highest level of authority. Only in this way could he discover some of the hidden truth behind it. This required time, and it required constant failure to correct. This was also the reason why he had stopped here. His mind sank into the complicated derivation. He was not in a hurry, and did not forget to eat and sleep. He only spent 4 hours every day on this derivation. During this time, he could not help but learn some corresponding spatial knowledge. While deepening his spatial realm, he could also decipher the mystery of the secret key. A year later, Lu Xiaoyi habitually embedded the newly derived secret key into the raft formation. He had already done this procedure hundreds of times, but this time was different. When the secret key was embedded into the raft formation, he could clearly feel the existence of 3 points. Other than the Changshuo relay point and Juxian starting point, there was another point. It was also not the location of the Heaven's Choice continent that he remembered, but a brand new waymark. He smiled faintly. There was nothing to be happy about, it was within his expectations. It was just time. Moreover, he did not think that this was a success. As a system, as a great domain that had existed for hundreds of thousands of years, in the three-dimensional environment of the universe, there should not be only 3 points. This did not conform to a cultivator's instinct to constantly explore the void of the universe. It could only be said that it was a partial success. A beginning. He could start from here, until more waymarks of relay points appeared in his perception. This was the discovery of the secrets of the faction as a spy, and also the best practice of spatial knowledge. It was also the capital to survive in the negative space in the future, and also the beginning of finding the way home. There was nothing that could be obtained for free. If these things were directly told to him by a big shot, he would lose the process of becoming stronger in the process of discovering them. In the Yuanying realm and above, the strength of a cultivator was not only limited to the cultivation techniques and sword techniques that people were familiar with, but also included many other things, comprehensive thing. With a beginning, it meant that he was walking on the right path. The deciphering became faster and faster, and new waymarks were discovered one after another. Finally, a year later, with the Changshuo relay point as the center, he discovered a total of 13 new waymarks. They were like a sphere that surrounded Changshuo in different directions. If converted to the distance of the main world, they were probably several universes away. This was the true heritage of the upper realm of Juxian, which had been passed down for hundreds of thousands of years. It was the result of countless cultivators rushing about in the void of the universe for their entire lives. With this system, Immortal Ju would be able to project his power over a very long distance in a relatively short period of time. In the origin world, a nascent soul cultivator might not be able to reach such a distance even if they flew for their entire life with a flying boat. He was sure that he had completely deciphered the key, because in the next few months, no matter how he modified the key, no new waymarks appeared. Yes, the 13 directions were all different, and with this as the starting point, they spread out in all directions in the void of the universe. 3 years of hard work finally yielded results, but Lu Xiaoyi could not bring himself to congratulate him, because the iron law of the cultivation world was that the more you knew, the more ignorant you fell. The waymark system could be sensed, but questions followed one after another. How far did the waymark system of Juxian extend? Was it far enough for him to go home? Of the 13 new waymarks, which one was the correct path to the 5 rings of the blue sky? It was almost impossible to use the elimination method to test this, because every elimination attempt required him to spend a lot of time on a trip. Even if he had the time, what if another 10 or so choices appeared at the next waymark? What should he do? Exponential trial and error. There was also good news. With his current authority, he could track the use of the waymarks. In other words, he could clearly know the use of the waymarks in the past through the records hidden in the waymarks. This included the number of times he entered and exited the main world. This included the waymark of Changshuo and the location of the next waymark. This rekindled his hope. Chapter 1046. Lu Xiaoyi attached great importance to this new function of the road signs. This meant that he could trace the whereabouts of those organized stowaways, such as the anti-space cultivators who had a purpose like Daoist Huang, he could not help but suspect that a certain force in Juzian had secretly leaked the information of the road signs to the organization of the anti-space in order to let them come to the main world for a unique trip. There must be a purpose, and for this purpose, they would even step forward to stop stowaways like Daoist Sander, just to not arouse the suspicion of the Changshuo domain. The clues were very clear, and the direction was clear. But when he really went deeper, he found that the records of the road signs he could trace back were only within the range of a few decades. He had been here for less than 20 years, and senior brother Ku had been guarding here for 50 years. In other words, the records of the road signs he could trace back were all records when the road signs were guarded by the carefree travel cultivators. Of course, nothing could have happened, because the carefree travel cultivators did not really participate. What he wanted to trace back was a further time clue. For example, 70 years ago, did the Bodhisattva of the Bitter Zen temple pass by during the 100 years he was guarding here? It was not that there were no records of the road signs. The records of the road signs could be in the range of infinite time, but the problem was that it required a certain degree of time Tao realm to be able to decipher it. After going around in circles, the problem returned to the starting point. His realm was not enough, his cultivation time was not enough, and his grasp of the Tao realm was not deep enough. It was a painful cultivation. Lu Xiaoyi left the anti-space. He needed to go to the human world to change his mood, shoot away those troubles, and do some happy things. Did you find anything? Supreme Kong Jiyu smiled. After those stowaways left, he felt very relaxed. In the process, he learned more about this young Juzian Jr. At the very least, he knew that he was a very responsible person. In this fickle cultivation world, there were not many cultivators who were so diligent. Some. But there are too many bottlenecks. When dealing with these stowaways, it's hard to figure out their pattern, and even harder to figure out the source of the road signs they can use. Everything is unclear. My authority is low, I'm not proficient in space, and I don't understand time. It seems that I've overestimated my abilities. Lu Xiaoyi was half real and half fake. It was impossible for him to completely fool the old man, but the old man could not have known that he could crack the secret key to such an extent. The old man could only attribute the incident to a group of inexplicable stowaways who climbed over the wall at the Changshuo relay point. That way, everyone would be more relaxed. Kong Jiyu laughed. Little friend Dan, aren't you in too much of a hurry? A person's age and cultivation level would determine their cultivation level. You already know everything that you need to know, so what's the point of being serious? Was it just retirement? However, I didn't expect that little friend would be so lenient and compassionate towards that group of people. It's commendable. On this point, Lu Xiaoyi had nothing to hide. There was no need to. I'm here to maintain the beacon, not to guard the spatial tunnel. Since he didn't receive this salary, he didn't need to worry about it. Moreover, I don't think that such a group of people can affect the origin world. The most important thing for them to do after coming here is to survive. In terms of threat, they can't even compare to those space pirates wandering in the void. True Lord Kong Jiyu laughed. You're quite open-minded, good. In fact, I've always thought the same. Whether it's the cultivators of the origin world going to the negative space or the people of Heaven's choice coming to the origin world, it's nothing more than a kind of communication, just like the many realms in the origin world. Lu Xiaoyi was a little curious. Senior, I've heard them talk about this place called Heaven's Choice Mainland. Now that I've heard you talk about it, I wonder if you've been to this place? What does this continent look like? It seems like no one has ever mentioned it before. Even the sect's ancient records don't have the slightest bit of information about it. Kong Jiyu fell into deep thought. After a long time, he said, the matter of Heaven's Choice Mainland is very unfamiliar to the cultivators of the origin world. At least in Changshuo, my senior brothers and I have never heard of such a continent in the negative space. We have always thought that the negative space is a barren land for cultivators, without any cultivation realms. As for when this vague information began to appear, there's no exact time. If you want to guess, it's probably slowly appearing after the collapse of fate. However, it was also vague and ambiguous, until the merit collapsed and dissipated. After the collapse of merit, there's a lot of information about this. Because of the changes in the Great Tao, some cultivators of the negative space began to come out, and more cultivators of the origin world went in. The flow of people increased, and some things couldn't be hidden anymore. With the arrival of chaos, the cultivators didn't have so many rules. Recently, after the collapse of the Great Tao of Void, I was lucky enough to get close to the cultivators of Heaven's Choice for the first time. This is a little far for Juzian, because you guys are too strong. No cultivators of Heaven's Choice would choose to appear in the airspace near Juzian. Of course, they would choose to appear in places like Changsha, where they can come and go freely. In less than 200 years, I've coincidentally met two cultivators of Heaven's Choice. They were all alone, and they were true monarchs. However, they didn't come in groups like this time. Yuanian cultivators dared to come out to the origin world, so I didn't realize it at first. I'm really slow. Kong Jiyu sighed. Yuanian cultivators even dared to come out. This means that the collapse of the Great Tao has a very deep impact on the Heaven's Choice continent. The cultivators of the origin world are still fine. Other than desperately gathering spiritual opportunity, searching for fragments of the Great Tao, and fighting more frequently, the other changes haven't completely worsened. However, the cultivators of Heaven's Choice can't sit still, because the Great Tao appears in the form of a Great Tao tablet. In the eyes of the cultivators, it's even more shocking. It's as if the sky is about to collapse, and they have the desire to find a safer and more hopeful world. This is the motivation for them to come out and take the risk. However, I'll be honest with you. Whether they come out or not, there's probably no difference in terms of opportunities. The only difference is in their mood. A wider space, more cultivators, a bigger stage. But it also means more difficult competition, an even more cruel reality. For example, can Third Virtue and the others find a cultivation planet that belongs to them? How is that possible? In the end, the best outcome is to be able to find a domain that can accommodate them. The greater possibility is that they'll just lose everything while drifting in the universe. Lu Xiaoyi nodded and didn't say anything. This was the truth. He couldn't help, and Kong Jiyu couldn't help either. He couldn't let the already limited resources of Changsha have an additional group of greedy cultivators. Moreover, Third Virtue and the others might not be willing. Some walls had to be knocked down before they would be satisfied. Some rivers had to be jumped down before they knew if they could climb back up. This wasn't something that could be changed with just a few words of persuasion. If this was really the case, these people wouldn't have the courage to barge into the origin world to find their future. Chapter 1047. If it's just unorganized individual behavior or small group behavior, it's actually nothing. Lu Xiaoyi saw it this way. Kong Jiyu shook his head. Every time there's a natural disaster or famine in the mortal world, there's bound to be people. Not to mention cultivators. In order to achieve their own goals, they'll deliberately mislead others and take advantage of the situation to rise up. In a normal cultivation world, there's no place for them to survive, but in a chaotic world, all kinds of monsters will jump out. This is a rare stage for them to fish in troubled waters, so how can they remain pure? Just watch, there will be more and more people like this in the future, and groups like the Three Virtues will become fewer and fewer. The Heaven's Choice continent is also a part of the universe. Even if the Great Tao collapses, why would it become a place for everyone to escape? Do they have so little confidence in their homeland? Kong Jiyu smiled. The people inside want to come out, and the people outside want to go in. Just like you, didn't you also want to go to the Heaven's Choice continent to take a look? Will you treat that place as an eternal cultivation place? They're the same. After a lot of experiences, I'm afraid most of them will return to the Heaven's Choice continent. The only difference is, how much time do they need to understand this principle? Lu Xiaoyi asked with a smile. Senior, are you not interested in going to the Heaven's Choice continent to take a look? You must know that in the cultivation world 10,000 years ago, only half immortals had the ability to enter the Heaven's Choice continent. Kong Jiyu nodded. I will go, but I have to wait for the right time. The number of cultivators in the Heaven's Choice continent is far less than the main world, but they are more concentrated. That continent not only has Yuaniing true monarchs, there are also half-immortals. A true monarch like me will only be an ordinary person there, so I have to be careful. Especially you, although you're curious, you can't decide your actions because of curiosity, just like the three virtues. Courage is courage, but what can they do in the main world? What's their status? Similarly, with your current realm, going to the Heaven's Choice continent will only be worse. Why don't you wait and see? Lu Xiaoyi nodded. He was indeed very interested in the Heaven's Choice continent, but he didn't have any plans to go there in the near future. In fact, before he became a true monarch, he wouldn't have such plans. In a completely unfamiliar environment, he didn't know what he could do there. If he was still as flirtatious as he was in the origin world, no one would be able to tolerate him. Mingling in the circle of one's own realm and not rashly trying to climb up was the key to living a long life. He was a spy. Now, it might have become a double-sided case. His mission was to deliver accurate information to the right people, and not to stop or settle things himself. This was self-awareness, and it was his principle. The days began to become dull again. Fortunately, there was still the empty valley. This was the first supreme that he had a deeper understanding of since he started cultivating. The funny thing was that this person was not in his real sect in the fifth ring, Blue Sky, nor was he in his second sect in Juzian. Instead, he was a supreme of a small force that was isolated outside the universe. Fate was very strange. The orthodoxy of Laojun Temple was never good at fighting, but it was precisely because of their tolerance that they were the most suitable location to set up a relay point. He didn't know why they chose Changshuo back then. Was it because of Changshuo that they set up a relay point, or was it because of the relay point that Changshuo existed? The history of cultivation was vague, and many things had already lost their truth. However, the orthodoxy of Laojun Temple still had a set of Daoist inheritances. In the frequent exchanges with True Monarch Empty Valley, Lu Xiaoyi benefited a lot. It could be considered an unintentional gain. He didn't know how many years he would have to stay here. Perhaps there would be someone to replace him soon, but there wasn't. At most 30 years, it would be the turn of the human sex cultivators to guard the coordinates. At the level of Yuaniing, this kind of time wasn't considered too long. With a senior like Empty Valley, he could give advice, and cultivation wouldn't be so boring. Lu Xiaoyi still spent most of his time on the small meteorite beside the coordinates in the reverse space. It was very empty here, and was a good place for cultivators to immerse themselves in the realm of Tao. In such an arduous cultivation, a small change caught his attention. Void beasts. He found traces of void beasts. Creatures like void beasts were a special species in the void of the universe. Whether it was the main world or the reverse space, they could be found everywhere. They were different from humans. Human cultivators needed a celestial body and a realm to pass down their orthodoxy and learn, and only then could they reproduce. However, void beasts didn't need a celestial body or a nest. They were like fish in the sea. At most, they would have a range of habitual appearances, but they wouldn't stick to a certain place, and they wouldn't dig holes to build nests. In the main world, Lu Xiaoyi rarely encountered void beasts when he was traveling. This was because the current era was no longer the beginning of the universe, and the outer space didn't only belong to the void beasts. In the space where there were frequent human activities, void beasts slowly retreated from the stage of the universe. Simply put, a universe like Juzian, where human cultivators flourished, was basically a forbidden area for void beasts. They could clearly smell the scent of humans in the universe, and thus avoided them. However, in those barren universes, where there were few or no signs of human cultivators, they would become a paradise for void beasts. Relatively speaking, among the 100 universes, less than 10% of the universes where human cultivators flourished. Therefore, in a sense, void beasts were still the rulers of the universe. The reverse space was a little different from the main world. This was because the Heaven's Choice continent was the only human cultivator's realm in the reverse space. The rest were the space territories of void beasts. They were free and unrestrained, and they didn't have to worry about encountering those savage and cunning humans at all times. After guarding near the coordinates for nearly 20 years, Lu Xiaoyi could count the number of void beasts he saw with his fingers. It wasn't that they were rare, but the reverse space was too big. It was so big that encountering them by chance became a kind of fate. Recently, Lu Xiaoyi discovered that the number of void beasts moving around the coordinates had increased. In the past, he would occasionally pass by one in a few years, but now, he could see a few in a year. The most important thing was that these void beasts didn't go far. Instead, they were pacing back and forth in a huge area near the coordinates, as if they were waiting for something. This situation had been like this for several years. There were also 1 to 20 void beasts in this area that were pacing back and forth, which made him feel that something was a little unusual. His observation was very detailed. When these void beasts passed by the coordinates that were disguised as meteorites, they didn't show any abnormal reactions. In view of the void beasts' intelligence, they were more used to acting on instinct. If they didn't show any interest in the coordinates, then they definitely didn't discover anything. At the same time, the void beasts didn't show any vigilance towards the small meteorite that he was hiding in. Although Lu Xiaoyi was very confident in his own concealment ability, his so-called concealment was only for humans. It might not be perfect for the true aboriginals of the universe. The reason why they didn't discover him was most likely because most of these void beasts were at the level of Jindan. There were only a few Yuanying beasts. If a true Lord-level void beast appeared, he might not be able to hide. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,